Hi there, welcome along to Thursday at the MODUS Super Series, and not just any Thursday, it's a Champions Week Thursday, the first of your double sessions of darts. And after Groups B and C have been completed, we will know our finalists. Right, the 6 in Group C are preparing. Here is how they all got to Champions Week. Starting journeyman Matt Clark sealed a return to Champions Week when he won Week 1 way back in August. He's been a Champions Night runner-up before. Can Superman go on and win a Super Series? World Seniors Masters finalist Jim McEwen won the Battle of the Gyms in the Week 10 final. Can his long-awaited return to Champions Week result in Chucky being the champion? Anton Östlund is one of 2 Swedes in the field this week, with Andreas Harrison winning Group A and already through to finals night. Can he follow in his countryman's footsteps? Sebastian Białowski beat 2-time champion Luke Littler and Andy Bolton to get here. But having won his week, he now needs to put a torrid Group A campaign behind him. Steve West was the final weekly winner and is in Champions Week for the 3rd successive series. Finds himself in Group C, along with Matty Denon, who's also in action today. The penultimate weekly winner just missed out on a Group B spot. Yeah, Thursday at Champions Week. This is when it really gets going, isn't it, Paul Nicholson?
Very much so. We're all starting to get excited about what Saturday could give us. But before we even get to Saturday, we've got to find who's going to be there. Yeah,
well, let's show you the story of the week. We already do have one player there, of course, Andreas Harrison, winning Group A. Excellent performance from him in getting there. We'll talk more about Group C in a moment. But tonight, Paul, Group B, that's going to be difficult, isn't it, to decipher?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of us who are saying that Pilgrim will qualify based on current form. There's no guarantees, of course, but you can't underestimate the other people who are in there. 3 players from that 5-person group will qualify. Can't wait to see that, but we'll get onto that once we know who's done the job on day 1 in Group C, of course.
Yeah, 10 matches from 10 tonight, but 15 this afternoon coming up, starting with Group C. And I suppose one of the best guides is to see what the bookies think in terms of this group. And the bookies have gone with the 2 players that dropped out of Group A. Well, 2 of the 3 anyway, in Matthew Denon and Steve West.
Yeah, it's fascinating to me. I think when you look at some of the things that Denon's done this week, some of the things that West's done this week, I'm not surprised to see them in the top half, but to maybe disregard the likes of Clark and McEwen and put them in the middle at this stage, that's risky. But remember what they did with Andreas Harrison earlier in the week? They had him as the outsider at 8-1. I wonder.
Yeah, Sebastian Białowski, the outsider in this group. That's what the bookies think. What do the punters think? Here is the bet builder put together. A couple of match winners in Denon against Östlund and then Clark against Denon. And then in the 180 market, Jim McEwen's hit at least a couple against Östlund.
I can get behind the Denon one at the top because when Anton was here in Week 5, he did take a bit of time to get going, and Denon has already got going this week. As far as Clark against Denon, that one's a bit of a 50-50 for me. So interesting accumulator there, but please gamble responsibly. I'm a little bit up and down with the 2nd and 3rd one, but the top one I can get behind.
Well, Matt Clark has been a bit of a stalwart here at the Super Series, and Superman is in action in the first match. Yeah, Matt Clark, Superman here at the Super Series, the Week 1 winner in Series 5, won way back in August when he got his place at Champions Week. He takes on Sebastian Białowski, who finished bottom in Group A, but we know he's got the pedigree. Remember, he beat Luke Littler and Andy Bolton to qualify. He faces Clark in the opener, and Paul Nicholson has headed quickly down to the commentary box, where he's joining Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. Very good afternoon, everyone. And so into the second half of Champions Week we go, where the second half of the field enter the fray, and the race for a place at Champions Night really does hot up. A place where that man has been before. Matt Clark was within a leg of picking up the £20,000 jackpot in Series 2. While Sebastian Białecki, it has to be said, well, he was poles apart in Group A, cut adrift at the end of the standings, but like last time, we'll be hoping that Group B bears some more fruit.
First leg, it's Matt to throw first.
Exploits. Jack
Game
Garwood
on.
is the referee. Paul Nicholson's alongside me in the commentary box. And this is a Group C full of intrigue. A Group C where really it's hard to separate the 6 players.
Yeah, it's difficult to do that. I think if we look at the first
60.
3 rounds today, for instance, and I always tend to look at the first 2 rounds on a Friday to see what kind of movement can be made. But let's see what kind of grounding we can get from the players that we haven't seen anything
30.
from today. I'm looking at Clark, I'm looking at McEwen, I'm looking at Östland. They are joining us for their first competitive throws of the week. Are you surprised, Henry, to see Dennant and
100.
Steve West at the top of the odds compilers list, saying that they're going to be qualifying?
I'm not with Steve West. I think he's the type of player that can put what happened in Group A and the end of Group A behind him. That's
40.
unlucky for Białecki. It's literally clattered off the flight of the first dart there. But Matt Dennant, again, has this capability of going again, but Group C is something he doesn't know too much about. He's more a night owl here at the Super Series, so it'll be interesting to see
100.
how he gets along. But Matt Clark is the perennial king of Group C. He seems to always find a way through that and then finds his way through to Champions Week.
100.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what kind of form Matt is in. If you were to look at when he qualified, which was a long time ago, in week number 1, beating Wayne Jones shortly after Luke Littler was named as a 2-time Super Series champion.
81.
Since then, he has not played on the Challenge Tour. He's been more of a seniors advocate. But has he played
40.
as much
Matt, you require
as, say,
160.
Białecki has, as a West has, because he plays a lot of ADC. And the likes of Dennant and Östland have been on other tours. Why I say 3 rounds here today is just to find out what kind of nick Clark is in 12 weeks on from actually winning a week here.
60.
And he's got out the gate the quick of the 2 here, and Białecki, it's kind of been the story of his week. It's a slow start. It's been fairly uncharacteristic for him. He was on the stage earlier on this morning. I was in the auditorium around about 40 minutes before
58.
play got underway, and
Matt, you
he
require
was just on
100.
his own, doing his own thing. But interesting was practicing the scoring game, not so much the finishing, and that's where his issues have been. Clark looking for a ton to take out the opening leg on throw. He's going to get a dart at double 10 to do exactly that.
Game shot
And
on the
so
first leg.
typically Matt Clark, he clinically takes it first time of asking. 18 darter, literally a ton topper. He leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
You make a good point about Sebastian. If you look at his week so far, and we've been digging into what has gone wrong, he only won 1 game
100.
on Monday, and on Tuesday he did not win a game yesterday. However, I want to caveat that with something very positive for him. 85 and a bit, his average on Monday. It went down
121.
the following day into the mid-70s. But yesterday, his best daily average of 87.13. I think his weekly average of 83 exactly is a little
59.
bit misleading. But yesterday, not winning a match, but still getting closer to that 17 dart per leg kind of average. But he still didn't get enough darts at double.
100.
Curiously, for the week, he's actually about par. He's 34%. But in a week like this is not normal. You are playing the elite of the Super Series
100.
over the course of 1 or 2 or even 3 groups. So you must be slightly better, and he hasn't been.
As for Matt Clark, is there perhaps an argument to say that we haven't seen as much of him as perhaps we have done in recent times in terms of other tournaments, but there's certain tournaments and certain players that sometimes you actually
135.
ignore those statistics and you base it based on what they've done here. Can you do that in Matt Clark's case?
You can, but you still have to get yourself in condition for something like this. And he may be
63.
playing locally to where he lives.
Matt, you require
He might be playing
145.
brilliantly there, and it might not be recorded anywhere for us to keep up with it. So no challenge to statistics, nothing, and a great deal of independent stuff. But what we are seeing so far is a very steady beginning to what could be another successful campaign.
129.
Make no mistake, everybody in this group is watching out for how Clark starts, because if he starts well, he'll be very hard to beat.
Well, it's a fast start as far as Clark is concerned. He's left himself double 8 after 12 darts to take out the second leg.
59.
And his average
Matt,
just
you
under
require
the 99
16.
mark. 98.6 as things stand. And Białecki again being outscored in this leg. And he's not going to get a
Shot on
go
the
in this
second
leg.
leg,
Clark
Matt
breaks,
Clark.
he leads 2-0. And this is typical efficiency here from Superman.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw first.
Already the
Game
signs
on.
aren't good for Sebastian. That scoring average in the first couple of legs is not good. He hasn't had a dart at a double. And when you're playing a wily campaigner like Matt, he's not going to let up.
87.
He's from a generation of players that saw weakness very, very quickly. Look at some of the England sides, some of the Lake sides he was involved in. There were some merciless
42.
players back then, especially from England. The Painters, the Steve Coots, the Fordhams, the Adams. He's from that era, and he's still throwing well.
And you'll remember that the first week that Matt Clark won was actually a World Seniors week, which we held during Q School. He beat
48.
Kevin Painter in that final. And perhaps the story of Matt Clark at the Super Series wouldn't have even been a thing if he didn't play Colin Monk, because he had to win 4-0 to qualify through to finals night. He had no idea about the
54.
scenario. He took out a 1-5-6 to beat him 4-0 and to knock out poor Mike Norton from the process. He shook Mike's hand. He said, good luck tomorrow. Little did he know that he was playing tomorrow night. Little did he know that he went within a leg of winning 20 grand.
58.
Ignorance is bliss sometimes. And that was the tale of yesterday for Conan Whitehead. He didn't know a great deal about what was going to befall him at the end of the session. He didn't actually think he was going to be in Group B, but he was.
180.
We are in day 4 of Champions Week. That is the 7th 180 of the week for Sebastian. He's averaging exactly 2 per day.
42.
That must change. I know he's not noted as a massive 180 hitter, but you need more than 2 a day. I believe he needs to be closer, if not beyond 1 per match,
96.
as well as getting more 140s and more good scores on the back of things like that.
Well, that was the 102nd maximum of Champions Week for the series, 2,444. Is there a possibility we get to 2,500 by Saturday night?
97.
Anything's
Sebastian,
possible.
you require 129.
Whoever wins this leg
44.
will have the 250th hit at a double this week to end a leg. Not a guarantee that it will be 2-1 to Matt Clark. Pressure will be applied.
99.
I
Sebastian,
do get
you
the feeling
require
that Białecki
85.
needs something like this just to get his day going on the right foot. That's very good. Double 10. Usually an
Shot on the
ally, and
third
it is
leg.
this
Sebastian
time.
Białecki.
But I am really perplexed for someone so young and such an old head on young
Fourth leg, it's
shoulders.
Sebastian to throw first.
I've seen a couple of things
Game
this
on.
week which have made me question what kind of mental shape Sebastian's in. He's been asking the referee a lot of questions this week. He's been quite unsure
44.
about some of his approaches.
And I suppose as well, with a lot of young players, you can say maybe on an occasion like this, maybe it can be a nerve-jangling experience. But this is a guy who last year made it through to the quarterfinals of the UK Open, so he knows what big
96.
stages are exactly all about.
And do you know what, Henry? I think that run, whereas it was a great thing, I don't think it's done him any favours. Because we talk about it a lot. It's almost as if
40.
he could coast along as this young dart player and let all of the other young stars take all of the heat. And he wanted to be someone who could just go into tournaments and get experience. But that run has firmly put him on the radar. And we now put more pressure on him because
96.
of that run. Now, he has won here since then. He's had good qualifications for Saturday nights as well as winning that week. But I just wonder if
58.
he's starting to feel a little bit more pressure from people like us and the media because of what he's done in the last couple of years.
Admittedly, you were a little bit older than Sebastian at the time, but you're in a position where you very quickly went into the limelight because you did certain things. How quickly can
96.
the free roll then become pressure, and how much can that then weigh on the shoulders?
It can be overnight. You can go from being a greenhorn in big-time darts to being someone that a lot of people talk about
97.
and those people expect. You make an impact, they expect that impact to constantly happen. Only a few players over the course of darting history have gone under the radar their whole careers. I say that
80.
because I think that Matt Clark has gone under the radar his whole career.
Longevity being his strongest suit. And maybe being here has
58.
lit up another fuse and
Matt, you
may
require
well
133.
rekindle some of the memories and make sure that he's not a forgotten darter. He's got 6 on 133 here to open up a 3-1 lead, and having already taken out a ton shot in this game already. He can't find a second on this occasion, but he is going to return. 66 left.
$77.
Białecki, with the exception of a couple of visits in this game, has not been up to his normal standard. I say normal, but his pre-Champions Week standard. And he can't use the 25 yet to get out of jail.
37. Matt, you
I've
require
got another
56.
point to make about Sebastian in the next leg, but we'll give Matt the floor. No pun intended. Double 10 for a 3-1 lead in his first game of the week.
Game shot
That
on the
is
score
wonderful.
flag. Matt Clark.
Another 18 darter from Matt, and he's living in this mid to high 80s range, which this week, even for
Fifth leg,
Sebastian,
it's
has
Matt to
been
throw first.
very hard to topple.
Game on.
Now, I mentioned yesterday that Sebastian's got darts that have been used for a period of time. You can see based on the finish of the darts that they have been used for a period of years.
140.
They're obviously old trusties. That's what we call them in the trade. He's got fairly short points in these darts as well. I just wonder, when you use a set of darts like this,
60.
there is a tipping point of when they become the darts that you need to darts that maybe are past their sell-by date, because tungsten does erode very slowly over time.
Well, Michael Van Gogh had a similar
80.
issue, didn't he, about 2-3 years ago?
Yeah, I think he's pretty much solved that issue now.
Doing okay.
Well, I used to change my darts every 3 weeks. I was talking to somebody this
58.
week about this very issue. You can see those tungsten darts have got this gunmetal look about them, but that's because they've been used over time. They were probably quite shiny when they started. But I think we're getting to the stage now where dart players have
59.
3 or 4 sets on rotation all the time. And if you do that, you can make a set of darts last about 4 times as long. If you use the same set over and over and over and
140.
over again, they will wither down. Whereas if you rotate every week, those darts will last an awful lot longer.
That's a Matt Clark here. He's closing in on victory, it seems. His average here, 87.36. And going into this leg, was averaging 86.60, which is pretty much bang on the statistics that qualified him through to Champions Week.
58.
His weekly winning average in week 1 was 86.63. Had a checkout ratio all told of 37.5%. That's the highest of the 3 players coming into this particular group.
93. Matt, you require 164.
Before Matt goes for this 164, I'll ask you a question, Henry. Does 86.6 win this week, yes or no?
No.
Agreed. So Clark is going to need more as far as output is concerned. But if you look back to Series 2 when he was making the final,
58.
when he needed more, he found more.
Sebastian, you require 150.
Well, Bolt ain't going to go bull, but he may find another one of them. And that really would have been the spark lightener for the
81.
pole. And so Clark comes back
Matt, you require
for
106
106 for the match. Still a 4-1 victory to kickstart his 3rd Champions Week campaign.
Shot is still on. 91 left. Now Białecki's just got to cling on
50.
here. Even at this
Sebastian,
early
you
stage,
require
if you're going to lose a
69.
match, lose it tight. Keep things doable. You saw how much in Group A this week, one leg could make all the difference. And that could
Game
make
shot
all
on
the
the 5th
difference
leg,
to Sebastian.
Białecki.
Nothing wrong with his doubling. He's had 3 attempts and hit 2 of them.
6th leg, it's Sebastian to throw
But
first.
importantly as well, that's a break
Game
of
on.
throw for Białecki, and so now has the chance. And Matt Clark is not happy that he isn't off stage left, because this is the sort of player that can build a bit of momentum.
140.
And suddenly a game which you feel in command of and feel in control of can suddenly wither away before your eyes. Look at the snarl of Superman.
Oh, that's wonderful, Henry.
96.
That's going on the end of series outtakes,
I'm
isn't
afraid
it?
it might have to. There's definitely a pun in there somewhere.
100.
But what you've got to be when you play someone like Clark, we all know he's not the fastest. He never has been. You've got to make peace with the fact that you aren't going to be rapidly circling the stage. If you're playing Jelle Klaassen on this
80.
stage, you're playing Tommy Morris, for instance, you know you're going to be zipping around it really, really fast. Maybe this is the kind of game that Białecki can thrive in. And even when he played Jim
29.
McEwen as well, same sort of thing. Methodical player. And you've just got a bit more time to think. You can spend a few more seconds processing things instead of constantly rushing.
I don't want to get you into trouble here, but which Super Series
100.
matchup would mean the most contrasting suits of styles?
Well, in this series, we've already had a contrast of height when it comes to Suzuki and Core Decker.
140.
Maybe Matt Clark and Jelle Klaassen. I never had a problem with slower players. I loved playing slower players because I could spend more time staying in my zone and creating my little bubble. Fast players just didn't sit that great with
137.
me.
Sebastian, you require 92.
This would sit really well with the pole. There have not been many matches this week where he's won 3 legs. Never mind 4. And that's been his miss this week. I've waited
38.
until Thursday to say it.
Matt,
But
you
that's been
require
the
88.
fault. He's been constantly missing his targets left. So it must be something technical.
And so will 88 be great for Matt Clark to get his Champions Week campaign up and running? All about the 18. Single leaves the bull. The bull it will be for Superman.
63.
And that would have been to kickstart the day with a win.
Sebastian, you require 54.
He was definitely snooping around the ball there. Double top. Can double 10 give him a chance?
34.
Not this time.
Matt, you require 25.
Well, Matt Clark is a 17-4 kind of guy. Or maybe he's a 3-11 kind of guy.
That was not on purpose.
3.
It looked like it was because he didn't
Sebastian, you
flinch.
require 20.
But I can guarantee you this, that was not for 3-11. Nobody does that. Apart from maybe a couple of local players that I've met over the course of my life. But it is 3-3.
Game shot on a sick
Now
flag.
he is
Sebastian
checking
Białecki.
again with the referee. I just wonder if maybe there is something going on with his eyesight because he didn't do this in previous
Seventh and
weeks
final
here.
leg. It's Matt to throw first. Game on.
And we've seen this with other young players in the past. And the one that stands out, to my knowledge, is Jared Cole, who's been fiddling about with wearing glasses and not wearing glasses in his previous appearances here. And it's not fashionable for young people to wear glasses, but maybe they have to.
Jelle Klaassen wore glasses in his first game a few weeks ago, then ditched them for the rest of the week. Let's put it this way. As we get a second 180 of the game for Białecki, well, if he gets out of this game with a win, my word, what is this going to do for his challenge here this week? It will galvanise at something rotten. But back on the eyesight thing, you can see that Clark is wearing glasses. Maybe if he takes them off, he'll look a bit more like Kal-El. If you don't get that reference, please.
85.
Eyesight is paramount to success. When I got my eyes lasered, I had players coming around me and saying, has it helped? And I said, it's one of the best things I've ever done. Next thing you know, a whole bunch of other dart players are saying, where did you get it done? And they got their eyesight done. They didn't want to use contact lenses or glasses. This is a visual sport with a little bit of hand-eye coordination as well. If there's something wrong with your vision, get it fixed.
You mentioned what this victory would do for Białecki, but what would this defeat mean for Matt Clark?
I think if the two players on the stage right now, one of them would be able to take it better than the other. I think Matt could take it on the chin better than Sebastian.
100. Sebastian, you require 141.
So Białecki, first poke at a finish for the match, 141 after 9. Against the throw, he's not going to get a go. And so Clark comes back 161 to complete the job.
43.
Remember, it could have been 3-0.
Matt, you require 161.
Could have been 4-1. It is going to be 4-3, but to who?
$25.
This
Sebastian,
is
you
rather
require
unfamiliar
98.
territory for Sebastian Białecki. He has not won a match since Tuesday. But he has won one
Sebastian
here.
Białecki.
A remarkable comeback for Bolt, and you just don't know what that's going to do for him over the next couple of days. He starts better in Group C than he did in Group A, and he had to survive match darts as well. But that one goes to Bolt. It's Poland 4, England 3.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Sebastian Białecki got his Group C campaign underway with a 4-3 victory against Matt Clark. Next up for us, Jim McEwen. Well, he's been in a rich vein of form, qualifying for his second Champions Week on the back of a final of the World Seniors match play. Takes on this man, Steve West. He became the first player to make it a hat-trick of Champions Week appearances in succession, but in Group C this time around, and he'll be hoping that his campaign in that group is better than his campaign in that group the last time he was here. Now he missed out to Justin Hood in the end, but what are we expecting from Steve West this time?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what we get from Steve West, who has got experience of a Group C in a Champions Week.
First.
The last time he was in a Group C, in a week like this, he lost out by the tiniest of margins. So he does have a score to settle with this group scenario here in week 13 in 2023.
59.
He starts against McEwen a little bit later than he has been playing earlier in the week.
100.
For me, he's still the favourite to win this group. But it does depend on what we get from him and what kind of rebound from Group A. He was very much in the fray to
100.
get into Group B, but my word, that finish yesterday from Andreas Harrison on the bullseye, it was rather remarkable.
100.
And of everybody here this week, it's probably Steve West who is on the end of stuff like that more than anybody else. And I think it's a mark of respect as to how much they respect Westy, that they're able to do things like that, because he's still
96.
a scalp.
And Steve West is one of those players, because of the way yesterday ended for him in Group A, as you say, he's going to have that bit between his teeth. He's going to have that bit in his
57.
bonnet. And when you get him on a mission for something, he is a hard player to beat, especially in this type of format.
Well, let me read you some numbers for Steve West's week. And for all of our regular viewers on the Super Series
100.
YouTube channel,
Steve, you
I
require
wanted to cast your mind back and
164.
think about this. In fact, I'll tell you what, let's see who wins this first leg, then we'll go into it.
23.
Ouch.
Jim, you require 146.
That is not what he wanted. And what you'll find from these two players is pretty much the exact game plan. Leave tops, get 180s. That's what their game is
96.
all about.
Steve, you require 141. $99.
That's okay,
Jim,
as
you
long as he gets
require
a shot.
50.
But he might not. It's going to be 10 for tops, just to prove what I said in his previous turn.
Game shot on the first
All
leg.
about tops
Jim
this game.
McEwen.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see 7 double tops. But just to prove how unusual it is
Second
to see
leg, it's
somebody
Steve to
of
throw
Steve's
Game
ability
on.
in Group C, get a load of this. 91.53 for the week over 15
66.
games. And 38% on doubles. And he's in Group C? Welcome to Champions Week.
And this is why we said in the last game that averages around the mid-80s probably ain't going to do
140.
anything as far as damage is concerned. And we haven't yet seen the bookmaker's favourite and considerable bookmaker's favourite, Darryl Pilgrim, yet.
140.
These guys are not concerning themselves with the likes of Quantock and McKells and Pilgrim. Maybe they've concerned themselves with Grundy
180.
and Whitehead, but they don't have to the next couple of days. Interesting.
95.
I didn't really think that Steve was going to go to the 19s on 295. That was an interesting approach attempt, but already Chucky is on it.
127.
Averaging 109.38. Looking set to put up a 2-0 lead next to no time at all. And as you say, Steve West is throwing
60.
some good numbers here, but
Jim,
yet
you
he's getting
require
nothing by way
54.
of response.
Double top again. It's marginally smaller.
14.
And smaller again.
Steve, you require 140.
Westy would love to take this out to get his first leg of the day quickly.
We've seen some wire benders for the last couple of visits, haven't we? And both
Jim, you
players
require 40.
on tops. Perhaps not a surprise.
That was offline, and the weight of dart was not at its best, but
Shot
that
on the
one is
second
for a
leg,
2-0
Jim
lead
McEwen.
for Chucky. I'm going to throw something out there before we get into Jim McEwen's numbers coming
Third
into
leg,
this
it's
week.
Jim to throw first. Game on.
There are players who are accused of constantly saying, why do people play their best against me? I've heard it from multiple sources over the last 15 years.
180.
We're averaging 180 a leg at the minute. This is the face of surprise on me right now. I'm not surprised. But I think if anybody
45.
has license to say that this week, it's Steve. He threw one of the first 100 averages this week, and it was in defeat. People have played their best
100.
darts against Steve West this week. That is not up for debate.
On the subject of ton plus averages, well, Grundy's ton topper yesterday actually brought up the
96.
half-century mark in terms of Champions Week averages all time.
And that came out of the blue, didn't it? Had some good averages this week, did Grundy, but 102 to book his spot in Group B, I think that's
100.
made us think a bit more about Rob's chances this week.
Credit where credit's due. Glenn Durant said that, well, could be a player that goes severely
100.
under the radar because
Jim, you
maybe he
require
hasn't got the reputation of
121.
others, but he's building one for himself. This man's built one for himself over the last couple of years in this competition. He's looking to build a 3-0 lead. If he can find double 18.
85.
Well, I'm amazed by that. For someone who loves tops as much, I could have sworn he would have gone 60 treble 7 tops.
140. Jim, you require 36.
West is above what he's been doing this week on average. And he could be 3-0 down in this first game.
Game shot
That's
on
a
the third
pinpoint
leg.
shot
Jim
from the
McEwen.
Scot, the only Scottish player here this week. And Steve is not playing poorly,
Fourth
but
leg,
he
it's
hasn't
Steve
had
to
a
throw
shot at a
first.
double.
Game on.
If
41.
people keep doing this to him, he's going to start taking it personally. A truncated group of only 2 days, where these players will have 5 games today and 5 tomorrow. So that accentuates
43.
how many losses you could possibly have and still qualify. What this game is telling us
55.
is that McEwen is ready. And it's not that long ago that he was winning a week. It was only week 10. So he's had a fortnight in between winning a Saturday night title and then coming here
85.
to get some Champions Week glory. He had to usurp a very useful Jim Long in his week. A lot of people thought it was going to be the Canadian who would make it through. But McEwen was too good for him in the final.
Andy Bolton and John Henderson, the other two Scottish players to have played the Champions Week here at the Super Series.
140.
And if Chucky can continue chucking in the way that he has been, he could well be a perennial contender for the jackpot. Made it through to Champions Night on his last appearance at Champions Week. Steve West was a semi-finalist at Champions Night last time out. And he's looking to get himself on the board. Hits his second max of the match. It's the 4th all told.
This week, more
98.
so now,
Steve, you require
is about
140.
timing. McEwen hit a 1-2-1 to win his
60.
week.
Jim, you require 135.
Didn't need the bullseye en route to that shot. He might not need the bullseye with this one. So it looks like West will get a shot at a double here in leg 4. Don't forget that Matt Clark was in full command of that first game. He lost it. Don't count West out of this game just yet.
127. Steve, you require 80.
But if we're going to continue to sing his praises, he needs to get 2 double tops.
1. Jim, you require 8.
And that could be that as McEwen goes for double 4 for 4-0 win. Can he nudge it across? No is the answer. And West is back.
Steve,
and because of the previous
79.
turn, it may well only be 1 dart here.
Well, put it this way, it takes the temptation of double-double out again. It's just 1 dot of double top.
59. Jim, you require
His
8.
first dart, a double in the match. It may well be the only one he gets. Because McEwen is off the mark of a 4-0 victory over Steve West. Chucky's chucking was on point, and he hopes that that is the beginning of a run here at Champions Week. As for Steve West, he must be thinking, why always me? It's another good performance put against him. 92.5 the average, 4 out of 13 when it came to the doubling. Work for Steve West to do. McEwen off to the perfect start. Coming up after the break, Gosling Dennett.
Okay, how about we welcome back Anton Östlund. It's been a while, Anton. Nice to have you back. And he's up against Matthew Dennentier, the scholar from the West Midlands. This is game number 3 of Group C. I'm not going to try and pronounce his hometown. He's from Sweden. That's good enough for me. Age 23. Still very, very young. And we used to say that about Matt Dennant, but he's still very young at 32. Still very much got a chance as well of making the big night here
First
in
leg,
week
it's
13.
Anton to throw first. Game on.
But what a story it was when Anton Östlund was the first Swede to win a week here. His celebration after beating Ryan Harrington, it was serotonin filled. It was great
80.
to see. What are your memories of that night, Henry?
My memories of that night was him on stage, and he couldn't control himself on that stage. I remember about
57.
I'm gonna break the fourth wall, give you a little bit of an insight as to what happens here in the production of the Super Series. So, whilst we were getting ready for the presentation on stage, I hand Anton the microphone, and he
100.
just couldn't believe it, and he was just shouting and screaming all the rest. He just loved every single second of it, and then once
140.
we went live, he didn't know what to say. It's like from one extreme to another. But a really likeable young man is Anton.
You think that he is a young man, and a lot of people think that alongside Victor Tingstrom, maybe they're the two players that can take
91.
Sweden a little bit further in the next generation. I'm thoroughly behind that, by the way. But it's not just playing on a stage in front of cameras that you've got to get used to.
100.
You've got to learn to talk with people like us about how you're feeling. And it's even harder when English is your second language.
140.
We spoke with Andreas Harrison this week, who I'm sure is tuning in and supporting Anton, but I'm sure it's difficult for Andreas because it's not their mother tongue.
Anton,
and they're
you require
still having
90.
to describe how they feel from moments that are still very fresh in their mind. And adrenaline is pumping away.
Maybe the adrenaline was pumping just a bit too much there for Anton.
Matt,
He
you
missed
require
the
146.
big number to deny himself a shot at the bull. And so Denantier, 146 to break in the opening leg. Isn't going to be done this time, but Oslin back for the square
95.
50 to take
Anton,
a
you
1-0
require
lead.
50.
Answers on a postcard how he got that third dart in the treble 19. My word, that was a bit of magic. Anton? That would have been one of the weirdest 50
Matt, you
checkouts
require
I've
51.
ever seen. Never mind here at the Super Series. What was he up to there?
Game
Well,
shot
he's
on the
paid the
first
price for
leg.
missing
Matt
it.
Denon.
Because Dennett takes the first leg against the darts. Try and explain that, if you will, going bullseye with 3 darts
Second
in
leg,
hand
it's Matt to
in
throw
your first
first.
leg of the week.
Game on.
And then after that, we've seen another player go for 3 double 11.
It's the modern game, Paul.
57.
Either something is in the ether or I am just behind the 8 ball when it comes to young dart players going for 25.
Got to get down with the times, innit?
57.
Don't ever say that again. Well, now that Matt is 32, and we have
119.
lauded him an awful lot over the last 10 years. From the development tour to the challenge tour to what he's doing now, what he wants to do is become the player that he's always wanted to be.
140.
And I think for Matt to do that, I don't think we should put him under any more pressure than he puts himself under.
140.
He's got a ceiling of performance that people can only dream about. He's put in the biggest average of the week here of over 107. But the big
98.
picture is he's still in Group C. He's just got to do that kind of thing a bit more often. And I think he's still trying to figure out how to do that.
139.
Well, Anton Ersland had a couple of darts in leg one, but the second's been all about Denton throw. And maybe we'll be going back and talking about the bullseye attempt, first dart in hand in the previous leg. I wonder as well whether it could be a little bit of
98.
early
Matt, you
frustration
require
about the fact he missed the
46.
big number for the bull as well in that previous visit. But here and now, Dennett looking for double 16 for a 2-0 lead.
14.
But it doesn't go.
Anton, you require
He's finding
108.
small gaps today so far, whether it be beneficial or not. Three 19s needed and found for double 16.
76.
He
Matt, you
misses what
require
Matt has.
32.
That's awkward. Got to be top of the shop. And now between the posts.
No score. Anton, you require
If
32.
someone had said to me on dart 3 there with the previous camera angle, is that in or not? I would have said absolutely. I can't believe it didn't go in.
Double 8. Good luck with this one in all.
16.
Because that stood up to
Matt,
attention
you
and it
require
blocked the bed.
32.
Double trouble, toil and trouble.
No, that was on Tuesday, Henry. That was a Halloween pun. Let's just start thinking about your firework night pun for Saturday as we go to November the 4th.
16.
And again,
Anton, you require
multiple
16.
missed darts for this second leg. Who wants it?
Well, it had to have been sparkling, put it that way.
Game shot on the second
Anton
leg.
Osland
Anton
gets his
Osland.
first leg of Champions Week to break back 1-1, and that'll be a settler for him. If he went 2-0 down there, on the back of what happened in the
Third
first
leg, it's
leg,
Anton
on
to
the
throw
back of a
first.
leg where there was a multitude
Game
of missed
on.
doubles, there would have been 1 or 2 question marks.
My word, that camera angle told a story.
100.
That was the image of a dart player in deep thought. And I don't think those thoughts were very positive. We talked at length about Steve West and how
66.
he'd averaged really well this week coming into Group C. Dennett is exactly the same. In fact, he was only 0.05 worse off as a weekly average compared to West. 91.48 and 35% on doubles for the week. And don't forget that he was top of the table after Monday.
96.
I think he harboured very realistic ambitions of winning the group the first 3 days. It didn't happen. It'll be fascinating to see where he stands after day 1 here on Thursday.
81.
I think the realistic target here today is 6 points. Get that, you're in the frame. Anything less than that, then you may be in a bit of trouble.
42.
It's only a second full week for Matt Dennett here at the Super Series. His appearances, by and large, tend to be in a Group B scenario.
And you might think
140.
that doesn't make any difference. I want to give you the best example that we've got here at the Super Series. Someone in our previous studio that when they played at
64.
night
Anton, you require 120.
in the previous venue, they were almost unstoppable in Chaz Barstow. Here in Portsmouth and playing during the day, he hasn't been as good.
100.
And I think Dennett is reeling after missing those darts at double in the previous leg. He's got to stay on the 19s here. Single 19 and a 25 get you to a finish. That's the bare minimum.
50.
And you could perhaps argue if
Anton,
Osland
you
can take
require
out this
20.
double 10, and this is the first leg that somebody's actually won for themselves, because the previous 2 legs have been won by a consequence of somebody else's
Game shot on the
mistakes.
third leg.
But Osland
Anton
makes no
Osland.
mistake on the double 4 to lead 2-1. Could that be a turning point?
Fourth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
There's a lot of pressure on the stage right now. Anton trying to get his first win of the week. And Matt trying to respond after losing the last couple of legs.
59.
Just not really finding anything at the minute. And you've got to fix things on the fly. That's a very hard thing to do in darts. And I want to ask you an honest question about Anton here, Henry. The nickname, 1 ton.
95.
Like it, love it, hate it.
I mean, at least it's not your most hated thing where it's just an
100.
abbreviation. So it's not Ostley or whatever.
You didn't answer the question.
It could be a bit more creative, let's be
You
honest.
still haven't answered the question.
Change it, Anton, change it.
So that's a hate it then.
57.
To be honest, I don't actually care, but
Just when I thought you were answering questions like a politician. Ask you a question 3 times and you never answered it.
140.
I don't like it. I just don't think it's good enough. I think for his talent level, for what he could market himself to be in the coming years, which is maybe the leading light of
58.
Swedish darts, 1 ton doesn't cut it. You need something better. And indeed, you sometimes need something to happen in your career to get a decent nickname. So
42.
don't rush it, Anton. By the way, I came up with one for Steve West in the previous game. And I think he might like it, you know. Because it's got something to do with the Super Series.
go on.
He was the first person to get a hat-trick of Champions Week invitations in a row.
140.
So why don't you call
Matt,
him
you
hat-trick?
require 160.
I want to talk about the Steve West nickname thing a bit later on, but Matt Denon here, 160 for a level match at 2-2, not going to go, and so Osland's got the break chance to open up
55.
a 3-1 lead here.
Anton, you require 151.
We've already had 19 darts at double in this match. It's only like 4. This is a mark of the kind of game anxiety we're going to get over the course of the next couple of days. We're going to get some nerve-shredding games.
Matt, you require 105.
There's a lot of money on the line. Just getting to Champions Night is worth a fair few pounds. And every stage
97.
further you go, the money keeps
Anton, you
going
require
up
111.
and up until you get to the top of the mountain where the £20,000 lies. And that is a lot of Swedish krona.
$59.
This is what
Matt, you
Denon needs.
require 8.
A clean, crisp hit at a double. Double 1.
No score.
That's exactly what he didn't need.
Anton, you require 52.
Now the Swede can take full command of this match.
He can on the scoreline, but he won't feel it. He has not played well in this game. He's just been opportunistic.
12.
Not on this occasion, though.
Matt, you require 8.
Well, Denon has been the tenant of his own downfall in terms of missed doubles in this match, but he can reprieve himself. He can find the double 4 that Osland found in the previous.
Just hit the dart, Matt. Just like that.
Game shot on a 4 flag. Matt Denon.
And I guarantee you, if this was not live on our Super Series YouTube channel, he was doing that at
Fifth
home and
leg
he
is
missed all
Anton
those
to throw
darts. He probably
first.
would have flung that third
Game
dart
on.
into the board with some real gusto. He's a lovely chap. I love spending time with Matt Dent. He's super clever, super pleasant. One of my
60.
favourite players to watch. I think he's technically as close to perfect as anybody you'll see. In fact, they're both really good in this game. But don't underestimate that boiling over of
57.
the competitive edge. Sometimes it can feel almost hot in your veins. And that's how Matt will be feeling right now. At 2-2, he'll be thinking, I should have won this 4-0.
97.
We're in one of these unique scenarios where both players will feel like, even though they could have lost this game, they'll both feel like, actually, we should have won this game for completely contrasting reasons.
55.
But let's get into that, shall we? Because there is no should in darts. You could have
58.
Phil Taylor in his pomp against someone from the local, and he could say, I should win this game.
96.
If you're being realistic, yeah, that's kind of true. But if you want to be 100% on point, it's always could, not should. And that's exactly what we've got here. You can still win this game, but there's never a case where you
100.
should win the game. And they are not my words. They are the words of the great John Pott.
And when John talks, we listen.
81.
So Osland here has got 6 on 186 to open up a 3-2 advantage. Let's have a leg away for a victory in Champions Week.
57.
This is one of those games that was part of our bet builder, wasn't it? And we talked about maybe Dennant getting the jump on Ursland, maybe having the arsenal
60.
to maybe
Anton, you require
start better than Anton. And I
129.
said that maybe Anton would start slowly, like he did when he was here in week 5. It has happened, but Denon has not taken full advantage of it. Not just yet.
43. Matt, you require 152.
Biggest finish of his week, 140.
$60.
So Ursland back
Anton,
for
you require
86.
86.
And this time it would be acceptable to go for the ball if he can find a couple of singles.
Shouldn't go for the bull here. Should be the 42.
38.
I'd go so
Matt,
far
you
to say that
require
this is
92.
maybe the scrappiest game we've had all week. Great first start. Really aggressive as well. Take it in 2 and he's favourite for the game.
76.
More chances missed.
Anton, you require 48.
We have now had 28 darts at a double in this game. Even that wasn't a good dart.
Game shot on the
That
fifth
one
leg.
was,
Anton
but I assure you
Östlund.
that single was a good half an inch right of its intended target. 3-2 Östlund. I don't think either player is feeling good about their game at the minute.
Sixth leg, it's Matt to throw
This
first.
is the type of game
Game on.
that neither of them up there are enjoying. This is just sheer Super Series Shredsville right now.
96.
Is there a place in the world called Shredsville? I wouldn't be surprised.
This is where our good friend the internet comes in handy.
100.
We've already got one Swede into Champions Night, called Andreas Harrison, and many congratulations to him. An absolutely brilliant campaign in Group A.
23.
Yes, he may not have had the best running average over the first 3 days, but my word. His doubling every single day.
58.
I don't use these words very lightly at all, but world class.
81.
Over 43% every day. Every day. He was 45% yesterday. He was so good and so reliable. And it all started against Matt Dennett on
58.
Monday, where he averaged 70. Since that game, it's almost as if somebody pushed the reset button and the real Andreas turned up.
86.
Got some bad news for you, Paul. I've had a text from a friend that says it's not a place.
Oh, you've just done a full Jim White. You've just had a text. He says it a lot.
The biggest shock, I actually did get a text. It wasn't
75.
a notification of a Sky News or something. Anyway, Östlund closing in, 2:10 for the match. Denon here, though,
30.
cannot provide anything, and the figure of frustration is cut deep as he knows that his opponent now has got the game in the grasp of his hands.
I'm trying to put this game into perspective and to try and give you some sort of comparison to what it's been like.
54.
It has been the scrappiest game of the week, of any game. It's like two football teams going at it, and they just can't complete passes. They can't get the ball anywhere near the goal. They can't complete
41.
a cross.
Anton, you require 156.
And if somebody scores a goal, it's probably going to be a deflection.
So it'd be typical if Östlund won it on a 156, which isn't going to happen.
59.
Trebleless
Matt, you
visits in
require
this game have been at
144.
almost 1 in every 3 visits. Wow, double 12.
132.
That was a chance to save the match.
Anton, you require
But
97.
based on what we've seen, he will get a look at double 6.
You sense this is unlikely. But Östlund's got every chance on tots now to complete the job.
Game shot.
And the
match.
Swede wins
Anton
a
Östlund.
scrap. It wasn't vintage, it wasn't a classic, but Anton Östlund is off the mark, he's on the board. And Matt Denon has to walk off stage left, knowing he had opportunities to win that game himself, but 2 from 17 on the doubles was his undoing. Anton Östlund means that 2 of the 3 players coming into Group C have won their opening fixtures. That's the end of round 1. Coming up after the break, Sebastian Białowski is in action up against Jim McEwen.
It is Champions Week here at the MODUS Super Series. 3 names on that trophy. Luke Littler winning it the last twice, but he is not in action this Champions Week. Sebastian Białecki stopped him from getting here, and the Pole won the opening match of Thursday in Group C, beating Matt Clark, a former series finalist. After that, Jim McEwen got the better of Steve West 4-0, and then Anton Ersland getting a victory in his first game of Champions Week. Białecki and McEwen, 2 winners from the opening set of fixtures, are about to go head-to-head now, and guiding you through today's action is Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so round 1 is in the books. What is the second renewal going to bring? As for Sebastian Białecki, it was a bit of a resurrection job compared to his Group A fortunes. A 4-3 victory against Matt Clark gets him off and running. But McEwen, bar none, put in the performance of the first round, averaging just under 92.5 and a 4-0 demolition of Steve West. If both play to type from their first round, you'd sense that this is going to be quite a comfortable victory in the favour of Jim McEwen.
You'd have to agree.
75.
But then again, if we were trying to predict these results already on Thursday, I would have done a miserable job. This is what we love about darts. It's completely unpredictable.
140.
It's a bit like the British weather.
Unless you live in Manchester, of course.
You might want to be careful what you say about Manchester. Our players marshals from Manchester today, and they're feeling pretty hurt this morning.
Wonder why.
Best not get into that. I might start dancing.
No, we don't want to see that. Right, quickly, back to this one.
100.
How impressive was Jim McEwen in that first game? Because West started very buoyantly, and in a somewhat old-school sense,
180.
he set the tone for what Jim McEwen was about to do. And as far as setting a tone is concerned for Sebastian, he's already hit in 1 game and 1 leg
39.
more 180s in a daily campaign
Sebastian,
than he's done all week.
149.
He's definitely trending in the right direction. He did get a little bit fortunate against Matt Clark in game 1. But if he can use his fortune a little bit
43.
better here today and tomorrow, there's no telling that maybe Sebastian will finally turn up.
But McEwen can play to the sort of level he is right now for hours upon hours on end.
Sebastian, you require 106.
And these are the types of shots that Seb may have to take out on throw. 106 here. And he's going to get a dart at double 16 for a ton topper to start.
Shot on the first
it
leg.
is a whopper
Sebastian
for
Białecki.
Białecki. And maybe he is a new man. Sebastian may well be bolting.
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first.
He's done things in that leg that he has not been doing all week. Hitting 180s and ton plus checkouts. He did put that a little bit right yesterday by getting his first and second
81.
ton plus checkout of the week with a 120 and a 126. But it's the frequency. More regularly with the 180s. More regularly with the ton plus checkouts.
125.
He already looks better now than he has most of this week, which it's not just bad news for McEwen, it's bad news for everyone. I wouldn't be surprised if someone was on the blower with him last night saying,
60.
Come on, Sebastian, book your ideas up. He might just have needed a motivational talk last night with someone that he really respects.
32.
And I think we all need that sometimes, don't we?
Well, it's interesting that Sebastian, he's not the world's biggest user of social media, but he was tweeting last
60.
night. He said, 3 days MSS darts behind me, and he said no comments, and then progressed to then send a picture of some kind of dish. I assume you'd know more about that than me.
Well,
44.
I'm glad you're asking me this question, actually, because I did see this last night, and the message or the text of the post on X did not directly correlate with the picture. And as most people know, I'm very much into culinary things. I'm into those a bit more. But even I don't know what they are in that picture. It looks like some sort of pickled cucumber.
45.
That's the kind of snack he likes.
Jim, you require
well,
120.
he needs to teach me a little bit more about Polish food. Because I have got no idea what he's pictured there.
Shanghai shot for McEwen. Looks to climb the ladder if he can find tops.
Game shot on
Ladder
the second
climb to the
leg,
very
Jim
summit,
McEwen.
and McEwen is level. And that's the kind of granite darts that the Scot provides in abundances.
Third leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
He should have been here on Tuesday. He would have been perfect for Tuesday. Being Chucky at Halloween. Missed opportunity.
93.
If he wanted to be in Group A, he should have averaged more in his week. And he would have been here possibly the whole week. But after withstanding that first leg, all of a sudden, McEwen is starting to churn a little bit.
100.
However, I argue that if McEwen gets through to Saturday night, I think he's better off for just having the 3-day stint as opposed to the 6-day stint potentially.
140.
I think it's easy for us to say that because he is of senior years, let's put it that way. But even the weeks where he's won a Group A scenario, he has found himself fairly bored on Thursday and Friday. I think he just wants to play. One thing that's definitely working so far today are the 180s for Jim. That's his fourth already.
83.
His average is 109.09. Incidentally, if you're wondering what the record average for Champions Week is, it's 113.77. Perhaps no
60.
surprise, Luke Littler has that. That was against Reece Robinson in Series 4.
I've been speaking to the powers that be at the Super Series over the last... Well, in fact, since Luke Littler won his
59.
second title here.
Jim, you
And I
require
have
161.
petitioned for a champions wall to be erected here, where you don't just get your name on the trophy, you get your name on the wall as well. And if you break a select record, you get your name on the records wall as well. But if someone beats you, your name gets taken off the wall. So we could maybe have one for averages. Most 180s
96.
in a game, maybe.
Sebastian, you require 126.
Just an idea. Because people like to be immortalized. This is his biggest finish of the week. But he got the 126 yesterday on the bull. He's got this one on double six.
Sebastian Białecki.
What's happening with Bolt? He didn't celebrate that much when he won his week.
This is a different man. In fact, 3 legs have been played in this match, and all
Fourth
3 legs
leg,
have
it's
been
Jim
won
to
with
throw
ton-topping
first.
checkouts.
Game on.
Have you noticed on his dart shirt that he's got all those little lightning bolts on them? It's almost as if you touch him, you're going to go zap.
180.
A third 180 from McEwen, and he's losing.
But like Jake Bugg, Jim McEwen's looking to run to that lightning bolt, to run past Bolt in this
62.
race.
I think I just heard something going above my head. You'll have to explain that one to me, I'm afraid.
Jake Bugg was a
43.
famous artist who had a song called Lightning Bolt.
Still above my head.
Sponsors Notts County Football Club. There we go.
The only thing I know about Notts County is that they're the oldest football
96.
club in the world.
Oh, it's professional.
There you go.
Sheffield FC will have a couple of words to say about that. To be fair, all 3 Sheffield clubs are actually bottom of their respective leagues.
76.
I wonder who Sebastian is a follower of in football. You do get some continental dart players who support clubs from different
36.
countries. I know that. Is it Damon Hetter who follows Nottingham Forest?
180.
Another 180 from McEwen.
80.
Wow, 6 for the day already. And this game's nowhere near finished. And your guess is as good as mine as to why he wants to leave double 11. But maybe... I'm like a broken record
97.
today.
Jimmy require
You barely
22.
see double 11 hit, or even left. But people are leaving it today.
But now, the split. Now, can he find the hit on double 4?
18.
And now it could get a bit messy.
That's why you don't leave double 11. I'll give you a bit of a quiz question
43.
at the end of this leg, which could be coming
Jimmy
up.
require 4.
Double 2 for 2-2. No pink dresses here.
2.
And no winning double
Sebastian,
either.
you require 167.
Could it be second ton plus checkout in a row? No.
And now the pressure's on, and it has to be said that
83.
this is a mess very much of
Jimmy
McEwen's
required
own making.
2.
He hit a maximum to leave double 11, the scoreboard pressure, but then it's kind of unravelled since
Game shot on
then.
the 4 flag.
Well,
Jim
he put
McEwen.
himself in the mess, and he got himself out of it. McEwen levels up at 2-2. And following a spell of 3 consecutive ton-topping
5th flag,
finishes,
it's Sebastian to throw
McEwen
first.
had to rely on the
Game on.
madhouse to take out leg 4.
Okay, I'm going to give you till the middle of this leg to answer this question. You might not even need that long. But
57.
who has won the World Championship on double 11?
Off the top of my head, I think it's Adrian Lewis in 2011 against
Very
Gary
good
Anderson.
answer. I applaud you. That's a good answer.
54.
Misspent childhood. Reeling off stats.
If you wanted to make me feel old, you've just done it. Misspent childhood in a championship I was playing in.
I was 10
60.
years old.
Oh, Henry. I'm going to go and have a chat with Jim instead. We've probably got more in common. Well, when Jim got himself in the practice room this morning, the first thing he did was bring himself some
85.
music. We have spoken at length in his winning week of week 10 about the music that was coming from the practice room. He assures me he was
85.
not responsible for the Whitney Houston music coming out of the practice room. I don't believe you, Jim. But we had the Beatles this morning, and that I can believe.
45.
I don't think I want to talk about the Beatles after Tuesday.
Ah, the old Devil's coach, horse beetle. Yeah, nobody wants to
80.
get angry like one of those. You don't want to get your tail up in an angry sense. You want to get your tail up in a happy sense.
Well, McEwen did have his tail up in this match. He was averaging just under 110. That's just regressed somewhat. Both players have moved towards a even kilter in this game, but that
140.
140 there really puts pressure on the Białecki throw in the 5th. Needs a treble hit.
59.
Do you get the feeling, Henry, that we're going to be in for quite a long day? Because these games are taking a while. And I think it's not just about the pace. I think it's about how these players are feeling. I think some of these players are thinking too much about perfection.
137.
I think what they should be doing
Sebastian,
is
you require
finding
160.
a more focused rhythm. McEwen could get a break of throw here.
Jimmy
This might be
require
the right
40.
time to kick forward. Loves tops just as much as West does.
Game shot on the 5th flag.
He
Jim
might just
McEwen.
be as good as West on that double, and one of the best players in the world at tops outside of the PDC system.
6th flag. It's Jim to throw first.
I've asked you one
Game
question.
on.
Here's another one for you. And I'm asking everybody out there as well. Who's the best double top shooter you've ever seen?
When Thornton got
96.
going, it was very hard to argue against.
speak to some of the experts within the sport, and I'm not sure there has ever been a better double top
100.
shooter than Robert Thornton. Maybe Wade. But those two, for me, are the best two that I've ever seen.
100.
Well, McEwen here has the darts to seal the job, and despite averaging just under 96, has been really made to work for it.
Slight segue, I know, but I'll tell you one thing about a performance at the Super Series. The best double top performance I've seen in a game came from Keelan Kay. He hit 5 double tops in 4 legs. I've never seen anything like that.
134.
So against Rob Collins by any chance?
I don't remember the opponent, but I know that he had 4 out of 4 on doubles, but one of them was tops. 5 double tops in 4 legs. It was remarkable. I'll never forget it.
Well, McEwen has been putting in the top performances of the day. In matter of fact, so far in the opening 4 matches of Group C, there's only been 2 registered 90 averages. If McEwen can count at this rate, he'll be the proprietor of them both. These tots after 12 for a 4-2 victory. And to condemn Białecki to his first defeat of the group, it would mean that Chucky would be in command.
97.
This has been sneaky good,
Jimmy
though,
require
from McEwen.
40.
He's averaging close to 100. Double 10 to be unbeaten after 2 rounds.
35.
Triple split for Jim.
Sebastian, you require 82.
And Sebastian is still kicking.
So 74 remaining for Białecki. All about the 14s here. Can't find it. And so McEwen is back for 5.
42.
And he has had a case
Jimmy
of a couple
require
of
5.
mysterious ways of finishing off legs. And it looks like he's going to go straight for the madhouse.
Three.
Doesn't go. Białecki
Sebastian, you
comes
require
back
40.
to take us all the way.
5 missed darts for the match by Jim. And he
Game
might
shot on the
just
sick
rue them
flag,
all.
Sebastian Białecki.
Because we go to leg number 7 here in game number 4.
7th and final leg. It's Sebastian to throw first.
I will say
Game
one thing
on.
very honestly at this juncture. If Białecki goes into round 3 with 4 points, I'm going to ask how. It's like he's wrapped in Kevlar.
90.
You know what Kevlar is, right? It's a substance used in bulletproof vests to stop bullets from penetrating the skin. Essentially, I'm saying he's bulletproof because
60.
he's survived, what is it, 8 match darts already? He's not even completed the second game.
However, is this the bolt push?
99.
Well, it looked promising after the first start, but McEwen's still in with a sniff if he can find a couple of trebles here.
I hate to be obvious, but if Jim doesn't win this game, he's only got himself to blame. He knows that.
137.
There is a game plan on 3-12. You might need the bullseye at the end if you get 2 treble 20s. A lot of people might have started on the 25 or ball.
140.
But maybe in that position with Jim not on a finish, he did exactly the right thing to the young Paul.
Needs another one. Finds another one.
140.
McEwen first to a finish, but Białecki can lay it up more handily.
And what would you rather have? I'd rather have Sebastian's position.
95. Jim, you require 164.
Could have made that easier.
But this would be so typically McEwen. It would have been so typical of the Scot if he could have found the 164.
I talked about the great John Part earlier
92.
in this match and how
Sebastian, you require 77.
you could win games, not should. But this is John Part's shot. He won the 2003 World Championship this way with 1 dart at tops. 20 years on from that shot, can Sebastian be 4 points in?
Game shot, under match.
Yes,
Sebastian
is
Białecki.
the answer. Białecki makes it 2 for 2. Jim McEwen must be shaking his head as to how he lost that match. Białecki, the pole, a 4-3 victor over Jim McEwen, doing so with an average 10 points inferior that of the Scot. 4 out of 4 on the doubles, 2 ton plus checkouts. It's a 4-3 victory for Sebastian Białecki.
Hi there, welcome to Champions Week here at the MODUS Super Series, and a very warm welcome to viewers joining us on Sporty Stuff TV. We've had 4 matches, the first 4 matches in Group C already, and what has happened so far is this: Sebastian Białecki winning both of his games 4-3. Remarkable to think he only won 2 matches in Group A, but has won 2 matches in his first 2 in Group C. Between that, Jim McEwen and Anton Östlund also both getting victories. Matt Clark and Matthew Dennett both lost their opening games, but are back in action now. The pair are just completing their practice starts on the stage behind me, and guiding you through proceedings today in commentary, it's Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. Very good afternoon, everyone, and afternoon, everybody joining us on Sporty Stuff TV for the continuation of Champions Week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. That man on your picture there, Matt Clark, this is his 3rd appearance at Champions Week. He came within a leg of picking up the title in Series 2. As far as his day is concerned, well, he was in full command of his match against Sebastian Białecki, but lost that by 4 legs to 3. Matt Dennett can also feel like he should have won his opening game of the session. He played this Swede, Anton Östlund, missed a plethora of doubles, 15 all told, but in the end, losing out by 4 legs to 2. That man there, Matt Clark, made the quarterfinals of the World Match Play back in the noughties, but him in the 20s is looking to do some damage. He's up against the 32-year-old from Warsaw, who harbours a big reputation and is hoping to live up to it here. Paul Nicholson alongside me in the commentary box.
180.
To see Dennett hit a max of his first visit.
It's his first of the day as well, Henry. If you're just joining us, only 4 games that
58.
you've missed, but my word. I think the right word to describe today is unpredictable. I'm going to say exactly what I said at the end of the last match. How
99.
is Białecki on 4 points? I just can't comprehend how Sebastian has got 4 points, and more specifically, I don't know how he won that previous game. I know he was 4 out of 4 on the doubles.
100.
That's brilliant. His average was 10 points less than McEwen. He hit 3 fewer maximums. We have not had a game like that all week. That puzzling. And it was Matt Clark that was on the receiving end of Sebastian Białecki in game 1. And that, we thought at the time,
97.
was maybe going to be
Dennett, you require
the biggest puzzling game of the day. Turns out it wasn't the case.
He's got 6 from here, and so doesn't have to chase and attack the bullseye,
90.
and so lays up to leave double 16 after 12 darts. Really good start this from Matt Dennett. Don't know about you, but I've got a feeling Matt wins this one.
69. Matt, you require 32.
I'm sorry, I can't hold it in. Thanks, Captain Obvious.
Game shot on the
But
first leg.
that's encouraging for Matt Dennett. Because in his previous game, when he lost
Second
by
leg,
4
Matt
legs
Clark
to 2
to throw
against Anton
first.
Östlund,
Game on.
he was 2 from 17. That's in direct contradiction to what he's done most of this week, which has been very decent on the outer ring. And that's exactly what he needed at the start of this game.
100.
It's a referee's nightmare, this one. When he got someone with the same first name. It's
140.
been like the World Championship final, isn't it? When it was Michael versus Michael.
See, I think the way that... And I'm going to be really controversial here. Really controversial.
Hang on a minute. I'm just going to put my seatbelt on here.
I don't like the fact that at
134.
the start of a leg, referees call players by their first name. I think it should be second name. It's always been an opinion I've held.
108.
Like in tennis when an umpire says, game Mr. Djokovic.
Oh, I see where you're going with it. Good luck getting that changed, by the way. It's only stood for the last 50 years. But then again,
73.
times do change. Things change aplenty in 15 games in a Group C campaign. If you were to ask me right now who's going to be in the top 2 positions overnight, honestly, give me 6 things in my hand. I'll throw them in the air and see what falls first. Vastly unpredictable today. I didn't think Clark would lose his first game from the position he was in. I didn't think McEwen would lose his
134.
game. I didn't think Dennett would lose to
Matt, you
Ersland.
require 41.
And I didn't think McEwen would bagel Steve West.
However, Dennett on the back of a 13 could find a 12 here.
Game
Oh,
shot on the
this is a
second
special
leg. Matt
performance
Dennett.
for Matt Dennett.
Oh, come on, Mr. Dennett. If we want to go with your vernacular there, Henry. That was
Third leg,
not
Matt
going
Dennett to
in.
throw first.
But you might
Game
want
on.
to give a pat on the back to Dart too, because that was a lovely little flick on, wasn't it? Kudos to our production team there for getting that camera angle because it illustrated it so perfectly. If you'd have seen it from the other angle, it would have just looked like it went in. But there you saw the barrel colliding with the flight, and then it just cascades its way into that 32 bed for a 2-0 lead.
Anyway, that production team will
59.
owe you a tenner now for that compliment. Dennett here running at an average above
60.
120. Now down to 115. I know it's still early stages, but this is a sharp increase from the 70.65 against Anton Ersland. Okay, it was aided and abetted a fair bit by missed doubles, but it's been a huge spike in performance.
96.
Yeah, this has been a good response. It's not out of the ordinary, because we did see that from Andreas Harrison earlier in the week.
108.
But everything is clicking at the minute. And the man who's got the best performance of the week in an individual game is doing it again with extra hot sauce. Now, I don't want to say that this is in record territory, because I don't like to spook
96.
things like that.
Matt, you require 127.
So just keep calm and carry on, Mr. Dennett.
Well, the interesting thing would have been if he thought about the record, whether he went for the
55.
bullseye or not on the back of the 127, but I don't think Matt thinks in those sorts of circles.
He doesn't. None of these players realistically do. I know they might talk about maybe harbouring ambitions of 9 darters and things like that, but they don't think about record averages.
108.
Great pressure applied by Clark,
Matt, you require 72.
who might be 3-0 down, averaging nearly 100. Double top.
52. Matt, you
As
require
they say
70.
in Yorkshire, that were close.
But Matt Clark, who himself is averaging just under a ton after the best part of 3 legs, hasn't had a dart at double yet. He should get one now. It's going to be the solitary dart at tops to reduce the deficit for 2-1. And importantly would be a break.
30.
But it nudges above the wire.
Matt, you require 20.
2 words for Dennett here. Don't faff. Go right and go high. Look at the underside of double 6 and try and hit that. Oh my
Game
word.
shot on the
What
third
a
leg.
dart that
Matt
is.
Dennett.
We've seen some great darts this week, but that is top tier.
Fourth
That's
leg.
like
Matt
asking for a
Clark to
bike
throw
at Christmas
first.
and you get a hoverboard.
Game on.
I'd be disappointed. I would have wanted a bike.
I wasn't talking about modern hoverboards. I'm talking about Back to the Future 2
93.
hoverboards. You know, where you're actually hovering in the air.
Well, when he pounds that first dart in the triple like that, you expect more to follow, so you'll be disappointed that it was only an 85 turn. Well, the average now for Matt Dennett has become a little bit more modest at 103.5. Matt Clark, 94, and he's, well, been given a bit of a trouncing.
Well, there's a bit of a compliment for
57.
you. You've just described Matt's performance as sedate, and he's averaging nearly 104. So it just goes to show how highly we regard Matthew Dennett.
135.
105 is adequate.
Well, in Challenge Tour darts, away from the Super Series, he has averaged 119 before. Yep, that is a proven fact. He has averaged 119.
54.
Just think about how that felt when he did that. Maybe at that juncture, he thought, maybe I'm better
99.
than I thought I was. This performance is better than he was in round 1. Of that, there is no question. Clark has been suffocated with really good, consistent, and sometimes explosive scoring.
60.
And the thing is, to beat Matt Clark, you cannot give him a sniff, because he is the type of player, if you let him have an opportunity to get in the game, he would take full advantage of it. Dennett has given him a solitary dart at tops in leg 3. He has given him nothing. And he may well be rounding off a 4-0 victory in next to no time at all, in about 9 minutes flat.
Matt won't give up.
100.
But it's
Matt,
not in his
require
hands.
48.
This looks like the quickest game of the day so far.
28. Matt, you require
Still not happy.
137.
Because he just, like Henry said, has given Matt a sniff. It's from very far away, though. And it's not going to be completed. So Dennett goes back to familiar territory on double 10 to find
59.
himself in
Matt,
the
you require
race.
20.
We've got 3 players with points right now. Are we going to make that 4? Yes, we are.
And the match, Matt
A
Dennett.
really good performance from Dennett. His average at times in that game was touching 120. He doesn't care about that now because a 4-0 win almost erases all of the hurt from his previous game. 98-56 will do. And a 4-0 win against Clark, he will take that as well.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
And so, welcome back to the Super Series, where Matt Dennett has beaten Matt Clark by 4-0. It was that Matt who was on point. Next up for us, we circumnavigate our way west as Steve West takes on Anton Östlund, the man from the Nordic region, the 23-year-old from Nynäshamn in Sweden. Former weekly winner, of course, to qualify for Champions Week, playing with a 21-gram unicorn dart. As to
First
West,
leg,
well,
it's Steve to
it was
throw
a case
first.
of Go figure
Game
as to
on.
how some of his performances correlated in defeats, and you could perhaps have labelled that same argument at the door in that game against Jim McEwen. 4-0 defeat, and West at times played some decent stuff.
140.
He did, but he didn't get a leg. And if we've learned anything from the round 2 action so
140.
far, it's that expect the unexpected. That was a great win for Matthew Dennant against
93.
Matt Clark. But I think that win has also sent a message to Steve West. It's one of forget about round 1, fix it in round 2 and get back in the race.
140.
If he can take care of Ursland here, round 1 is merely a memory.
98.
We always talk about moving day on Tuesday in Group A. That being day 2 of 3.
100.
You don't necessarily have
Steve,
a
you
moving day
require
in Group C.
170.
You just have to be in with a shout going into Friday. That's Steve's job. And that's Anton's job.
100. Anton, you require 121.
This would hurt Steve West if Anton took this out. And it's not going to go a wild first start. And so West comes back for 70 to take
81.
the opening leg.
Steve, you require 70.
Going to be the 10s. That might have done him a favour.
Game shot
That
on the
might have
first
done him a
leg.
favour.
Steve West.
You might think I'm crazy. But if you think about it logically, he gets a 10, then he's got a
Second leg,
single
it's
20
Anton
and a
to
dart in the
throw
way.
first. Game on.
He gets a 15, then he's got single 15 tops with nothing in the way. And like I said earlier in the week, he'd rather have 1 dart at tops
99.
than 2 darts at any other double. That's a really good start in 15 darts.
100.
And one thing I will tell you about Steve today is he's not 100%. But then again, when is he 100%? I've known Steve a long
60.
time, and I don't think I've ever known him to be 100%. He plays hurt or tired or suffering from something better than anybody I've ever met.
45.
It's just part and parcel of everyday life for Steve. And in a sliding doors moment, he shouldn't even be here this week because he should have gone under the
98.
knife with his hip operation. That was not going ahead. As a consequence, he played in this series and he's here in Champions Week. I just wonder. I'm
41.
not a believer in fate. But I am a believer in taking your opportunities. I just wonder, because of that surgery not happening, does he win this week because of being given that opportunity?
180.
Well, people just going to play him off the board in this Group C. Ostland with a maximum there. Leads themselves 64 after
58.
12.
Anton, you
West
require
will probably
64.
consign this leg to the dustbin and go again in the third.
Anton gets the first maximum of this game and his first of the day.
Game shot on the second
The
leg.
first leg of this
Anton Ursland.
contest. Very nice 15 darter on the back of Steve getting one in the first leg.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw first.
You could say in the
Game
case
on.
of Steve West and many players that get off the tour, lose their tour card, then come here, you can label a lot of them.
140.
Maybe their best was behind them in the past, but you could actually label an argument with Steve that it's actually the opposite, that maybe the best of Steve West could well be in front of him. He's playing superbly well here at the Super Series.
60.
He's not going to like me saying this, but will turn 50 next year, and so he'll be eligible for the World Seniors Tour. And if he plays at some of the levels we've seen from him here at the Super Series, he could threaten
140.
winning one of those big televised majors.
You aren't wrong. Look what Leonard Gates has done this year.
100.
Robert Thornton's career has been incredibly successful without being on the PDC Pro Tour.
60.
And I don't think Robert Thornton wants to go back to the PDC Tour now. I think he'd rather play here and the Seniors Tour. It's about striking a balance alongside the life that you've got.
97. Steve, you require 161.
But then again, many dart players who still play darts to the degree that Steve
99.
does, they have that little pilot light, and sometimes it's a big flame. One of, I can still do what they do. I've still got it.
Well, watch John Henderson this year.
140.
Now missing out on winning his tour card
Steve, you
back. He's
require
played well
62.
here. Played well when he's had Pro Tour call-ups as West looks a double 16
Game
for a
shot on the
2-1
third
lead. That's a
leg,
14
Steve West.
darter for Steve West to open up a 2-1 advantage.
And maybe he can flip the script here.
Fourth leg,
Because
it's
it's Ersland
Anton
who's
to
averaging
throw first.
104
Game on.
and losing. This is the kind of position that Steve would usually find himself in.
So what you're telling me is don't play well in this group because you're going to lose.
57.
It's a complicated subject matter, Henry, but it's amazing how many times you will play
60.
really well and lose. Because you can set the tone for somebody and you can set the tone for their focus as well. How many times have you seen someone playing badly because the other person is
58.
playing badly? But they will play well because the other person's playing well. Happens a lot in darts. And I think the perfect example of that fact is when
100.
the average record at the Super Series was broken by someone who lost.
$81.
And that man is in action tonight. Darryl Pilgrim. He broke it twice in 2 games.
Yeah, that wasn't a
59.
purple patch. Well, what's hotter than a purple patch?
A volcano.
90.
Yeah, that's pretty hot.
Jack 73.
This is where West has got to find one of those maximums that he's so good at. That's the perfect first dart, and he should really get one.
140.
Not quite. Still got a visit lead here in leg 4. I'm going to go with your analogy for later when we talk about that with Pilgrim. That was a volcanic spurt from the man who has a haircut
65.
akin to a Joel
Steve, you
Schumacher
require
Batman movie.
142.
142 for Steve West isn't going to go. And so Ersland, if he wants to keep hold of throw, is going to have to take out
84.
the 167.
Anton, you require
Excellent setup play there from
167.
West. Incorporating the bullseye. And that's what Ersland wants to end on here. Down it goes to treble 19. The bullseye. That would have been a pinch and a
132.
punch for Steve West on the
Jack,
second of the
140.
month.
Steve, you require 100. Steve, you require 58.
It was a good approach. How's his double?
Game shot on the fourth
Perfect.
flag. Steve
3-1.
West.
You think about that 142. Everything that he did on that 142
Fifth leg. It's
prior to
Steve to
that
throw
58
first.
was
Game
purely
on.
because of his love for tops. He goes for 251s for tops. He doesn't get it. Starts with a 17. Goes for the 25 to trim the 42 off.
60.
Then he's looking for treble 20 to leave tops. But he gets the bull. Then he goes back to the 17s. Whether he gets the treble or indeed he gets the single, he's still got tops at the forefront of his
47.
mind. And if he gets the treble, he's got double 12, which is part of his game plan. This is what you've got to do
100.
as a player at Steve and everybody's level here at the Super Series. You've got to find the right routes to leave the doubles that you're good at or that you prefer. I think Christoph Ratajski,
140.
myself and a few other players, even Eric Bristow used to do this. If you like double 16 on 68, the shot is
60.
treble 12. Some shots tend to fall out of favour for maybe 10 or 15 years, but they always
58.
come back.
West May Sense series closing in. And it's interesting
43.
with Steve. I was speaking to him the other day, just when he had that little bit of a spurt where things were just off, and he said, nothing's changed. The feel is exactly the same. I'm throwing the dart exactly the same. It was just not going where I wanted it to go. He felt nothing changed.
100.
That's darts for you. It's very hard, even though sometimes they will make it look very easy. It's anything but. It's throwing very light missiles through the air from nearly 8 feet
43.
to something
Anton, you require
about the size
156.
smaller than a slice of bread. And I mean the width of a slice of bread.
Muslim was a width of a wire away from having a dart at double 18 on the back of the 156. He is going to come back to get the break back and to bring this game to within a leg once more.
133.
Applied.
Anton, you require 56.
And because West has already taken 62 in this match, be well advised, Anton, to hit double 10.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
That's
Anton
what players in
Östlund.
Champions Week do. West is just closing his eyes at the back of the stage there thinking, if you miss
6th
this
leg,
shot,
it's Anton to throw first.
you're done. But
Game
typical
on.
of this week, West is being put to the test. He's probably feeling a hamburger meat through the grinder.
As far as Anton Östlund is concerned, he,
100.
in his winning week, had to withstand chances. In matter of fact, of the 12 players that made it through to Champions Week, he had the lowest average of everyone in their winning week,
97.
85, the only player to have an average underneath the 86 mark to qualify through. But what he did do was when somebody missed, he found the subsequent hit. And he was involved in a finals night that had the likes
60.
of Conor Heenahan, Owen Bates, who's now a tour card holder in. But he held his nerve when it mattered most. And he had Bates in the semi-finals. And he took advantage of moments where he was fallible.
Not to mention the final against Ryan Harrington.
55.
A game he maybe... In fact, a game he could have lost. We can talk for hours about games we could have lost that we won, and vice versa. Games we could have won
60.
that somebody else took away from us. West does not want this game to be part of that conversation. He wants to just win it 4-2 and
95.
repair some of the damage from round one. It's amazing how things can change from round to round here in Portsmouth, because Östlund won against Dennett
140.
with a 73.6 average. And then when Dennett comes back, he wins with a 98.5. Yeah, darts is weird.
100.
However,
Anton, you
Steve does
require
have the insurance
141.
policy that if it does go all the way to the last leg, he'll have the darts.
That's not much comfort. Trust me. He wants to get it done 4-2.
If he wants to get it done 4-2, it looks like more likely than not, he's going to have to take out the 154.
94. Steve, you require 154.
He's going to stay up top for this. Stay there. Double 17.
120.
That really was a great attempt.
Anton, you require 47.
That would have really given him a big injection of confidence.
That would have been his second 154 check out of the week, as Östlund looks at double 16 to send us all the way to a decider. And it looks like Steve West in the background is accepting of the
Game shot on the
fate.
6th
He's going
leg.
to have to
Anton
accept that
Östlund.
fate. He does have the second prize of throwing first in his last leg decider, but looking at the way that he
7th and
acknowledged
final
the
leg. It's Steve to
Anton
throw
Östlund
first.
fist, he does not
Game
want
on.
to be in this position.
Do you know what this is the equivalent of? And I've watched every game he's done this week, and the amount of times this has happened, it's getting a bit silly.
140.
It's like playing match play golf, and you are in the hole for 4. Your opponent's been in the bunker and just splashed out, and they've still got 25 feet to halve the hole. And every time you look up,
139.
they're holing those putts. That's what it feels like when your opponent is constantly hitting their double with the third dart.
100.
Huge treble 20 there. just palms off Anton for a few seconds.
Needs to find a couple, you feel.
99.
One keeps an interested spectator, but it's full advantage Steve West in this decider. 6 starts on 261.
17s
91.
leaves the 170. Following a real pattern this game. One of a good start and one treble visits seem to be dictating the pace, but that is a 2 treble
Steve,
visit.
you require 170.
We haven't seen a big fish so far at Champions Week, and Steve West isn't going to win the match on 1.
Well, we have seen a 1-2-6 today from Sebastian Białecki.
96. Anton, you require 126.
If Anton hits one as well, Steve's going to feel like someone's been down the chimney and nicked his Christmas presents. But it's not going to happen.
And so West gets the
94.
second bite of the cherry, but this
Steve,
may
you
well be his
require
last chance to
74.
wrap this game up.
It's been a very good game, very competitive. 1 dart at tops.
Game shot and the match.
Breathe a sigh
Steve
of relief,
West.
Steve, but give yourself some credit. That was 7 legs of torture. But he does get the win by 4 legs to 3. And after losing in the first round by 4 legs to 0, he can breathe again because he joins 4 other players on points in the table, and he's now part of the equation after that 4-3 victory.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Steve West get the bit of Anton Ersland in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. Next up for us is Matt Dennant in action against Sebastian Białecki. Dennant, the scholar from
First
the
leg, it's
West
Sebastian to
Midlands,
throw
the story of
first.
his day is
Game
a
on.
4-0 win against Matt Clark. That was after a 4-2 defeat to Anton Ersland. As for this man, Sebastian Białecki, he's the pacemaker in the group. He's the only player to won both of his matches.
137.
But how has he done that? He might even be quite puzzled that he's done it himself.
100.
One thing I will say, though, is if the Matthew Dennant that played in round 2 shows up, Sebastian doesn't win this game based on what we've seen today and this week.
100.
However, if we follow the type of the games that we've had between these two this week,
83.
the same will happen because Matthew Dennant has dominated Sebastian this week. And when I say dominated, I mean dominated with a capital dominated. 12 legs to 2 this
140.
week. That's domination.
However, this is a different Sebastian. However, the bookies still have him as the 11-10 outsider to win this one. They have Matt Dennant on at 4-6.
Sebastian, you require
And it is the
124.
Pole who is going to get first poker to finish in this opening leg. 6 from 1, 2, 4. Oh, that's unlucky.
32.
It is somewhat unfortunate, but it keeps happening. And if something keeps happening, you do have to make changes.
165.
That is glorious from Dennis.
Sebastian, you require 92.
Just how glorious is this? So 84 left. Lots of different routes he can employ here. There it is again. 2 darts on the board, and both
32.
of them are left of their target.
Matt, you require 16.
How many times approaching the bullseye as well has he
Game shot on
found
the
a
first
single
leg.
eight? Matt Dennett finds a double eight, and akin to his previous performance against Matt Clark, has found that double eight for 13 darts
Second leg, it's Matt
to
throw
win his
first.
first leg.
Game
To
on.
answer your question, quite a lot.
Dennett's been doing this quite a lot. Filling it up.
180.
Only person to win against the darts today, Sebastian. But the way things are going right now, he
60.
could become the second person to lose with the throw. I just wonder, you know, after that first game today,
134.
did Dennett get angry? And if he has, and this is his riposte to that, maybe he should be angry a bit more often. I mean, this is just...
140.
In stake terms, this is A5 Wagyu grade Matthew Dennett. It doesn't get any
92.
better. You haven't got a clue what I'm talking about, do you? You haven't seen an A5 grade Wagyu steak, have you?
I thought A5 was a piece of paper.
95.
Well, this
Matt, you
is for a
require
potential
95.
11 dart leg on the back of a 13 in the first. This is a purple patch, so much so he decides to split for
Game shot
double
on the
16.
second leg, Matt
He can
Dennett.
even afford to split and hit a 12 dart leg. Matt Dennett opens up a 2-0 lead against Sebastian Białowieski.
Third
and in
leg,
the
it's
space
Sebastian
of
to throw
just
first.
a smidgen over
Game
3
on.
minutes, he is halfway towards the victory post.
He's not going to break the record for the fastest game, that's for sure. 5 minutes, 41 seconds is safe.
121.
I
And
think
that's, that's another one that could grace the old records wall that we talked about earlier.
I think that's safe in this group no matter what, to be
65.
perfectly honest.
Very much so. Might be under a bit of threat later when you got the likes of Quantock playing. He's quick. Pilgrim's not exactly slow. I mean, fireworks tonight. There's
140.
one game I'm looking forward to more than any other tonight. It's Whitehead versus Pilgrim. I love games like that.
You've got the pleasure of
134.
commentating that on the stick with Chris Murphy. I just hope I don't get hit by Conan again after the end of the session.
Hide, Henry. Hide. Somewhere where he can't hit you with the dart stem and flight.
100.
No place to hide on the stage. It's a very lonely place. You are exposed to the pressure. And there's
41.
nobody there to help you.
Sebastian, you require 140.
A better leg from Białowieski. Even a finish after 9. His average just under a ton, but he's been allowed absolutely no room for manoeuvre whatsoever. It's a seemingly
60.
immovable Matt Dennett.
Well, I don't agree with the
93.
19s on the next shot.
Sebastian, you
Should
require
have been the
80.
17s, really. Just got to hurdle that flight. Just like that. Beautifully done for tops.
Game shot on the
Very,
third
very
leg.
nice.
Sebastian Białowieski.
It's his first leg of this contest, and he's at it again. He is drastically behind in the averages, but back in
Fourth
the
leg,
match.
it's Matt to throw first. Game
It's up to
on.
Matt to re-establish that two-leg cushion. I'm not sure you were part of the conversation,
82.
Henry, but when Białowieski first started coming through, there was an evolution of how to say his name properly. There are still people out there who call him Sebastian Białecki.
77.
I did it first because I wasn't in tune with how you say his name, and then I was informed that it was
57.
Białecki. And then it was the world champion's partner, Dagmara, who is Polish by birth, who informed me it is Białecki because the
82.
L that we see is a W. And the way that she taught me how to say his name is in English. It's just like saying be a jet ski. So it's Białowieski.
See, I've got to be careful with pronunciations because I struggle to say Robert Rickwood correctly.
140.
One of the funniest men to ever grace the Super Series, Robert Rickwood. Fine player as well. Been doing some good stuff in the seniors and ADC darts, no doubt.
58.
Good announcement over the
Matt, you require
social media
88.
feeds today that we are going to have a women's event here for the ADC come November 18th.
47.
No ladies in
Sebastian, you
Champions Week.
require 144.
Yeah, this time we haven't had a lady in Champions Week yet.
Fallon Sherritt did lose a final to Moreno Michels in
58.
week 3. That's
Matt,
the
you
closest
require
the female
41.
players come to Champions Week as Denner looks to close in on a 3-1 lead here. 41 is what he's looking for, and it's down for trusty double 16. Now double 8.
Game shot on the
And
4
3-1,
flag.
Dennett
Matt Denner.
is in front, and he's looking oh so comfortable, as he has been really since that opening defeat to Anton Ersland.
5th leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
He really has been better. And it's not just because of what he's hitting. Even his misses are by smaller margins. That double 8 looked really
58.
assured. Now, you mentioned Fallon Sherritt. And we are going to see the person who beat her in a weekly final
93.
in this series in Moreno Michels later. But everybody here at the Super Series would like to congratulate Sherritt on receiving her MBE yesterday at Buckingham Palace from the Prince of Wales.
95.
Says she's never been as nervous in her life. I'm not surprised.
On the
46.
subject of the Women's Championship Tour Finals 2023. That's going to take place on Saturday, November the 18th, and the action will be broadcast live on the MODUS Super Series YouTube
100.
channel, and we're really much looking forward to broadcasting. Now, it's going to be a great showcase of women's darts. There's also a great opportunity to watch some different names as well. Lisa Ashton
59.
and Tita Hedman will headline the field. But I'm looking forward to watching Eleanor Cairns, who we both watched at the Lakeside pick up the Girls Youth World Championship, the first ever Girls Youth World Championship. And she's kicked on in a bit of form in 2023
58.
herself.
I think because of the efforts of certain ladies over the last 5 to 10 years, things are starting to move in the right direction for
133.
ladies' darts. I think Matt Dennett is definitely going in the right direction, especially when he's getting 719s to leave a big fish finish. Easy for me to see it.
138.
There should be some way it's a cap off.
Matt, you
a
require
second win of the day.
170.
Not to be, and so Białowieski is still in the contest, but he's going to have to pin the
96.
52.
Sebastian, you require 52.
Based on what we've seen today already, he hits this.
Does he hit this? Is the asset the Modus Mystic Meg?
20.
Well, Białowieski may well be in the Meg now.
Matt, you require 74.
Somebody pass me a mop because my crystal ball is broken.
Białowieski may well be broken. He may well be beaten. As
54.
Dennett looked for tots, but it just
Sebastian,
drags
you
below.
require
And
32.
so Białowieski gets a reprieve on double 16, and there's no margin for error this time.
And based on his misses so far,
Game shot on the 5th
that's the
leg.
perfect
Sebastian
spot for him to
Białowieski.
go because he's dragging darts left on bullseyes and targets on the left-hand side of the board. He's throwing from the
6th
right-hand
leg,
side
it's
of the
Matt to
oche
throw
as well.
first. Game on.
So what you got to do is change the target you're going for. Stay natural, but change your view. Instead of going
84.
for the middle of the double 16, what you're going for is high on the double 16, but the inside wire. You might think that's complete poppycock.
100.
But the fact remains that these players at this level can hit 3 different sides of a double. They can hit high, low, middle, left, right, you name
134.
it. So if you change the targets for them and recalibrate them slightly, they can get better.
140.
I'm just wondering what will be in the air
57.
if Białecki takes us to another 7-leg game. He's already done it twice today and won them both.
95.
So Białecki not on a finish on 166, and so Dennett can now set up for the match. 6 on 226. Needs another one of them. Finds another one of them.
134.
Superb play.
I'm not going to castigate Sebastian for leaving 166 because he fell into the treble 5. He was doing the right thing. He just didn't execute his third dart where he wanted it.
134.
But he's
Matt,
done
you require 92.
exactly the opposite there to his previous dart. He's done everything right.
And this is the type of shot that Dennett takes out 10 to a
56.
dozen, but now
Sebastian,
Białecki
you
to send us
require
all the way to
32.
3-3. And this would be so typical of Białecki's day if he finds this and
Game shot on the
conjures something.
sixth flag,
How's
Sebastian
he found
Białecki.
that? It's literally crossed like swords.
That's 2 darts
Seventh
today
and final leg. It's
that have gone
Sebastian to
into
throw
that
first.
section of the board.
Game on.
Whether it be double 16 or double 8. And they've gone in with an assist. But I assure you, I believe wholeheartedly that there is
45.
very, very little luck in darts. That was lucky.
But it's Sebastian Białecki, the
51.
Super Series greased piglet, that no matter what trouble or scenario he finds himself in, he wriggles his way out of it.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Henry. If he wins this game, you walk up to Sebastian and call him a greased
100.
piglet, and I'll see how he reacts to that. Well, we're talking about a guy who eats pickled cucumber as a guilty snack.
140.
So maybe he'll take it as a compliment. But what's he up to today? Even that didn't go in pure.
140.
But he's grinding away. Dennett does not want to lose this game, otherwise he's going to be furious.
140.
But here's the thing that Białecki's done well. He has not given Matt Dennett a chance to win the match.
140.
And he might not get one.
Matt, you require
Apart from this.
170.
Another one of them. The bullseye to win it with a fish.
137.
Not to be. And
Sebastian,
so
you require
Białecki for
76.
third win from 3, and once again taking clinical advantage of opportunities that have been afforded to him. Tops.
Game
My
shot and the match.
word.
Sebastian
He's
Białecki.
done it again. What is he up to today? His first win against Matt Dennett this week. And what is he doing on Thursday? Well, it's 7 legs guaranteed from the pole. Matt Dennett leaves the stage bereft. I'm not surprised. He had 1 dart to win it on the bullseye with a 170. And again, Białecki wins in 7 legs with the inferior average. But boy, oh boy, has he been good on doubles today. We will take a breath, and when we come back, it will be Östlund against McEwen in the middle match of the campaign.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, Halloween might have been a couple of nights ago, but we've seen some spooky goings on here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, Sebastian Białecki has got his third win of the day, getting the better of Matt Dennett by four legs to three. A game he was pretty much outplayed him, but he found a way of getting over the line. Next up for us, Jim McEwen on your screen there. Chucky on the hockey against the Swede Anton Östlund. And in terms of performances today, Jim McEwen has, alongside Matt Dennett, really been the flag bearer.
I think people in the practice room right now, and I will include Jim and Anton in this, they'll be looking at the table thinking, how? This is a bit like looking at the Premier League table and seeing Blythe Spartans at the top. Doesn't make sense.
85.
6 points for Białecki. You've got 4 players on 2 and Matt Clark on 0. I swear
100
that Białecki has turned up today on Thursday with a deck of cards in his pocket, and every single one of those cards, all 52, will be get out of jail free cards.
100.
He's faced a match start minimum in every game. He's having a Kirk Shepherd day. Well, let's move forward, just like Anton.
180.
Back-to-back maximums.
80.
I reckon this is the type of game that may well allow Anton just to settle down a little bit. He gets off to a fast start.
134.
Maybe
Anton,
44
you require
after
44.
9 for the break in the opener. It's not the Acapulco shot, but he's looking to kiss off the barrel of double 16.
12. Jim, you require 82.
Chucky's lurking around the corner with a very evil look on his face. Bullseye. I'm not sure he liked all 3 of those
Anton,
dots.
you require 32.
It felt very laboured, didn't it? Can Östlund find double 8? Yes, is your answer. And even he's slightly frustrated as he breaks the throw in 14 darts to take a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Anton to throw first.
Oh, there you go.
Game on.
Frustration at a 14 darter. Sounds a bit strange, doesn't it? 14 darters are world-class legs. But being frustrated with a 14 darter, I don't think I've ever known the like. We've seen some very bewildering days of darts
26
here in Portsmouth in the last 14 months. But just like an open bakery, I think today's taking the cake. It's not even over yet. We're only at the halfway point. What else is going to happen?
Please don't mention cake, because some of the members of our team here had cake earlier, and there was none saved for the commentary box.
Do you know that somebody who used to play for Wales was called Cake? Yeah, Stephen Cake.
100.
Yes, from South Wales. Played for Wales. Good player.
Well, Anton Östlund's making this game feel like a piece of cake at the moment. He's averaging just a shade under 105. Having broken McEwen in the opener.
60.
He's in full command of the second, and he could well be halfway towards the victory post in little to no time at all.
Have you ever heard the word smorgasbord?
140.
Yes. You know that's Swedish.
Didn't know that.
Yeah, Swedish. It's what they have for brunch. It's a plethora of stuff. It's a
100.
Transcendent word.
Anton, you require 61.
Can Östlund transcend this group? Victory here would put him on to 4 points and would be, well, the closest challenge to the Białecki at this early juncture. Both players, 1 win, 1 defeat from their first 2 games.
47.
And
Anton, you
McEwen,
require
because of that slip
16.
into the singles 7 with the last dart, has afforded Ursland 6 from double 8. Only
Game shot on
needs
the
the
second
one. How
leg.
efficient
Anton
has he been
Ursland.
on that segment of the board? He's actually finishing to the pretty much exact stats of his qualification
Third
week.
leg,
His
it's Jim to throw
check-out
first.
ratio when he
Game
won
on.
week 5 was 33.21. He's 2 from 6 here, so bang on 33 and all the other threes in terms of percentage. 30 darts for the first 2 legs. He leads McEwen 2-0.
60.
This is very unexpected, but very welcomed by Team Sweden. Because we can say that Team Sweden are here.
180.
This has been really good. 3 180s. Decent doubling. Oh, we're seeing another
65.
level to the capabilities of Anton Ursland. Well, since he was here, he had a little bit more experience. He went to the Hungarian Darts Trophy as a
96.
Nordic and Baltic qualifier, and he destroyed Vladimir Anderson on debut, and he sure as anything really enjoyed that performance. He ended up losing to Danny Noppert, though, but that was invaluable experience, in my opinion,
59.
for him getting onto that big stage at the MVM Dome in Budapest. What a place that was to play.
And I wonder how much winning this has given himself belief that he can do something on a big scale.
58.
Because I can imagine that for a lot of players that are in that region, they're the best players in that region. But when they venture out into a more international environment, they have success. That's when they maybe truly believe in their ability a bit more.
97.
You've got to continually
Anton, you
test
require
yourself against people
167.
who are construed as better than you. No matter what happens this year, Anton has made strides in his darting journey.
46.
I wouldn't even be surprised if he was to come through European Q School in January. And he goes, I'm sure he will go to Kalka in Germany.
Got a question for you about Sweden in the next leg.
Okay, you can go to the end of this
80.
leg. I need to get warmed up.
Anton, you require 121.
Ursland 121 for the double break and a 3-0 lead. Down for treble 17, which would have given him a dart to the ball. And so McEwen will get a poke at
53.
140 to
Jim,
half
you
the
require
deficit.
140.
For someone who loves tops, this should be 60 tops tops. That negates that.
60. Anton, you require 68.
Lovely dart for double 4. He thought that was in for a second.
64.
Neither are.
Jim, you require
Giving Jim
80.
a lifeline. Earlier in the day, we saw Steve West go for 2 double tops on this shot. Old school Jim. Sometimes
shot on
the
the
old
third
ways
leg,
are the
Jim
best
McEwen.
ways. Come on then, lay it on me. What have you got to ask
Fourth
me
leg,
about
it's
Sweden?
Anton to throw first. Game on.
You look at Ursland, you look at Harrison, you look at the likes of Tingstrom as well. If the trajectory of Swedish players
97.
continue to go strong, continues, could you label an argument in the near future of a European tour type event in that particular territory?
You don't know just how political this question
85.
is. It's very political. I'm going to answer that with a question because do you understand why Sweden
60.
has struggled to get players through to PDC darts in the last 10, 15 years? Only the likes of Daniel Larsson, Magnus Karras, and with a little smattering of Dennis Nielsen and some others like Johan Engström. But the argument of BDO and PDC
140.
in Scandinavian darts raged on well beyond what was seen as peaceful times in the British Isles and beyond. There's still a lot of people in the likes of Sweden and Norway who were
134.
very much focused on WDF darts. I don't look at it as us and them. I never have. But other parts of the world have. And I think we're only starting to see now with the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour,
134.
more people starting to travel to do what they want to do. The likes of Benjamin Drew-Roos, the likes of Vladimir Andersen, who was a trailblazer for Denmark.
140. Jim, you require
I think we're starting to see that with
142.
Sweden. I'd like to think that maybe we can go a little bit further north in Scandinavia in the next few years. Is Anton going to need north? Or will it be something
102.
else?
Anton, you
get two
require
ahead
70.
again.
70 is what he wants. There's the 18s route, so it's double 16, the destination now. Oh, and it just skims
52.
the other side into the double
Jim,
7.
you require
And so
40.
McEwen, the man who has such a proficiency on tops, wants that exact target to level up at 2-2.
Shot on the 4 flag.
And you
Jim
bet
McEwen.
there's no mistake from Chucky. There is no mistake from McEwen. 2-2.
5th leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
We have not had anybody win against the darts since game 1. This is game 8.
140.
Having said that, I am none the wiser as to how that's happened. Just plain weird that we've kept up with that pattern.
60.
Sweden is a country I'd like to learn more about. I've never been there myself. I know they love Eurovision. I know they love their football.
60.
They're pretty good at golf, both on the male side and the female side. They actually have the greatest female golfer of all time in Annika Sorenstam.
58.
What about that new star in the Ryder Cup, Ludwig Åberg? What a player he is. And he's only been on tour for months. They do have some heavyweight sporting stars
93.
in Sweden, that's for sure, and always have had. You think about the tennis stars they've had in the past with Stefan Edberg and Mats Wilander. And look at the pole vaulter
100.
that they've got in Duplantis. I love that guy. He's so good.
Well, Anton Östlund, if he can pick up the 20 grand jackpot this week, really would vault himself into infamy here at the Super Series and vault himself
58.
into a celebrial type status in Sweden.
They might not say it, but it's players like Östlund
100.
and McEwen
Jim, you require
who could create
150.
history for their country here this week. We've only had 2 countries who have won a Super Series title. 3 for England, 1 for Australia.
100.
If another country finds a name on the trophy, it's not just about being the first name on the trophy like Conan Whitehead, but being the first from your country to do it. That means just as
59.
much.
Jim, you require
And
50.
McEwen was smelling the coffin nails in this game at times, but now he feels resurrected.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Jim
How many
McEwen.
more times are you going to find that tops? McEwen leads 3-2. He's a leg away from victory.
6th leg, it's Anton to throw first.
He didn't do what
Game
Östlund did
on.
earlier on today and go directly for the ball. A little bit more pragmatic from the Scot.
Jim's never going to do that. I'm not even sure why Anton did it earlier.
140.
Could this be another game where the player with the inferior average wins?
It can only happen so many times.
100.
But if it's going to happen, it'll be in this kind of scenario where we'll see more of it because we have such a great sample size of games here in a weekly campaign. 104 a week.
100.
And the most you can play is 29. There was only one person, I believe, that played 29 games in winning a week, leading up to week 13, and that's 120 on the floor. That's him hitting his own point and displacing the dart.
Well, that just sums it up for McEwen.
140.
And of course, Urslan hits a 140 just to leave him even more punch drunk.
And by the looks of it now, looks like we're going to get another game that goes the distance. So far today, we've had 4 of them.
100. Anton, you require 121.
I'd be amazed if it's not a 5th. Even with those 2 treble 20s still in, he wouldn't be on a finish.
57.
He'd be on 178.
And so the Swede to send us all the way to a decider. Looking to join his fellow countryman, Andreas Harriusson, at Champions Night on Saturday evening.
140.
And this 64
Anton, you
would
require 64.
send us all the way to a decider. This time, McEwen lurking on a finish. All about the 16s corridor. And it's now the requisite double to send us all the way to a decider. And perhaps endemic of the day so far, we go all the way to leg 7.
7th and final leg. It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
The only person today to lose with the darts was Matt Clark when he lost the first game of the day. You will see him next against
81.
Steve West when he will have the darts again. And he will go into that game without points. He's still the only person without points.
82.
I'd like to say that Białecki is sitting pretty at the top of the table. But why doesn't it feel that way? Oh, look at that. Looking for a cricket stump 180. There's middle stump.
180.
And that could be the tumbling moment for Anton Ursland.
If you think about what happened earlier in the match,
100.
he had 2 in the treble 20 and the bails came off.
To be fair, I suppose the Scotsman will have to teach an Englishman how to knock the bails off this current couple of weeks.
That's a touchy subject.
60.
Yeah, I was hoping you weren't going to bring the cricket up. It hasn't been great.
Scottish people don't care about cricket.
135.
They care about football at the minute. They're in the Euros next year, aren't they? Congratulations to Scotland for doing that. They've got a good side at the minute. Really interested to see how they get on. Be interesting to see how they get in their group.
Well, this Scottish darter has put in a fantastic last leg.
140.
But the way his darts stand up, there was always a risk that he could have caught those first 2 there and burst the score.
So you could have done a Burstland.
140. Jim, you require 40.
You don't think he's going to miss this? He does miss tops. But he doesn't miss 10s.
Jim McEwen.
And that's what Chucky does. He might not be spectacular at times, but boy, can he grind it out. That was a really tough game. But Chucky was just a little bit too good. And in the end, it is a 7th consecutive game where it's won with the darts and a 5th in 7 legs. When we come back, it's Clark against West.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are enjoying a bumper afternoon of darts here on the south coast of Portsmouth. Before the break, Jim McEwen got the better of Anton Ersland by 4 legs to 3, and keeping up a trajectory and trend of players losing in last leg deciders with inferior averages. Next up for us, Matt Clark in action, up against Steve West.
This one's got a bit of an old school feel about it. Sorry, lads, but it is true. You're from my
First
generation.
leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Fascinating, though, is the fact that Clark, who I sneakily suspected would cause everybody problems in this group, has not found any points in the first 2 rounds. At which
45.
point do we start to think that he's put himself in the corner a bit? If West can dispose of Clark here, he will get to 4
60.
points after a really hard-fought win against Anton Ersland in Game 6. And definitely be in the fray, trying to chase down the young Paul at the top of the table.
I'm going to put it here. I think this is must-win
45.
territory for Matt Clark, because if he loses this one, then he's 4 points adrift of at least 4 of the field. The other one being Anton Ersland.
140.
Be a couple behind.
This is the kind of game that I think Steve is very comfortable with. You think about some of the battles he's had with Conan Whitehead this week. People from his part of England who he's run into many, many times.
40.
I know that Matt is dwelling in a different part of the UK now, but sometimes I think what helps Steve is playing people that he knows their intricacies.
140.
He knows their pace. He knows their strengths and their weaknesses. And I think he knows Matt inside out.
So old
99.
analogy, is it better the devil you know
Steve,
or
you
the devil
require
you don't?
161.
You're talking about the old coach horse beetle again.
Never heard of
55.
that before Tuesday, and now I've...
Now you have. Matt comes to the hockey with his Superman shirt on today. The black background. He looks like he's had a fight with Wolverine.
100. Steve, you require 106.
66 tops. Or the equivalent of.
90.
So West will come back for double 8 to take the opening leg against the darts. It's been a sluggish start as far as Matt Clark is concerned. Slow to get out the traps.
96.
And West,
Steve, you
with
require
double 8,
16.
can take full advantage.
2 4s.
Game shot on
That's
the
good
first
for
leg.
Steve, because if he
West.
starts missing doubles around the houses, sometimes in his own mind he can get a little bit worry.
Second leg,
Things
it's
can
Steve to
just
throw
get a little bit
first.
negative. So when he
Game
takes
on.
care of it quickly like that, that's good for his confidence. What's not good for Matt is that he constantly finds himself
140.
in losing positions now after that first game of the day, which has not put him on the right path. He's probably still thinking, how on earth did I lose that game?
Must be getting to the point where it's now beat down after beat down. And how many times can he get
125.
put down to the canvas and then come back up and recover? Kind of the story of Steve West Group A to a certain extent towards the latter end.
100.
Group A is just a memory now. Everything was wiped clean this morning. The only person who really wants to remember it is Andreas Harrison.
Well, that's if he remembers it, because if you remember yesterday, he was going out on the town with his other
180.
half.
He's got time to recover. Oh, that's a wonderful riposte there
140.
from West. Got to give Clark a lot of credit. He puts in that first maximum of the game, and the next thing he knows, he's not the first to a finish. You could say he might need another huge score just to put West in a position where he might doubt whether he'll hit this 1-2-1.
100.
There's proof that a
Steve, you
world-class
require
dart player would rather have
121.
96 than 97.
And so, it's going to be a darter double 14 for Steve West
shot
to
on the
open up a
second leg,
2-0
Steve
lead.
West.
A 12 darter and the first 2 legs won in the space of 30 darts. Simply great.
Third
from
leg, it's
Simply
Matt to
Steve
throw
West.
first. Game on.
You might wonder why he's called simply Steve West. It's because he doesn't have a nickname. He just wants to be known as simply Steve West, which is totally fine.
85.
Brings me on to a point.
Be careful.
As West looks to kick off. Leg 3 with a
180.
max. He doesn't want the whole nickname thing to rumble into a debate. He is quite simply Steve West. He walks on to what he walks on to, and that be that.
60.
He's a very simple guy when you get to talk to him off the hockey. And he's been doing some special things. Nearly did another mesmeric thing
83.
at Champions Week. And actually, I bumped into Steve outside the venue yesterday. And he said he heard and caught wind of your conversation with Chris Murphy in the commentary box. And it's fair to say that he took a
100.
fair bit of umbrage. He just wants to do his own thing. No Go West, no Tina Turner. He is simply Steve West.
And that's totally fair enough. He is, and always has been, like every dart player
42.
is, the master of their own destiny. Doesn't matter who you are, what you believe. You follow the rules in darts and play the game, you can do incredible things.
100.
This is the vehicle now to either get you back to where you want to be, or if you want to make this your house, you can make a lot of money
123.
and get a lot of success.
Matt, you
We've
require
heard from Whitehead this week
156.
saying, I feel at home here. I'm just waiting for somebody to come out on the microphone and say, this is my house. Whose house is it? It might
Shot
be
on the
Matt's
third
house.
leg, Matt Clark.
It might not be made of fancy crystals and kryptonite, but my word, what a shot that was.
Well, that's the Matt
Fourth
Clark
leg, it's
finish.
Steve to
That
throw
was the one
first.
that started the whole
Game on.
rodeo for him here at the Super Series. But funny enough, you watch Steve West in the background there. He was nodding his head. He expected the double 18 to go because I suppose that's kind of been
78.
the tale and the story of his week thus far.
You've got to tip your hat to quality, and that really was quality from Clark. But you're right, Steve West has been
140.
shooting bullets at people covered in Kevlar this week. Considering his numbers in Group A. And he's in Group C.
81.
I've never seen anything like it. Look at the flights of Matt Clark. They are translucent. There's not many players who use them like that anymore. They almost remind me of Superman 2. You've probably never seen it, Henry.
No.
You haven't lived.
59.
Great movie.
I'm my
And-
mother.
They actually remind me of the vessels that we used at the start of the movie to send General Zod and his crew to the
121.
Phantom Zone. And they were just drifting in space. In despair because of their Kryptonian war crimes. Well, when Krypton was destroyed, they were set free and they landed on Earth as
57.
baddies. And it was Superman that stopped them. Well, that's enough for Comic Book Corner. Back to the darts.
79.
Oh, one last point, actually. You know that the S on Superman is not an S. True story. It's not an S. In Kryptonian, it means hope.
Well, I hope to move on. Anyway, West 142 to
85.
open up a 3-1 lead.
Steve, you require 142.
This is not about hope. It's about will, confidence, execution.
64. Matt, you require
Bare
160.
minimum, you'd have to say for West. It wasn't done a great deal this week. The easy way. Not another one. I was going to sound like that woman who was interviewed in the street. Not another one?
100. Steve, you require 78.
78 for West. He's survived one slight Superman scare in this leg, but now he has his opportunity to finish it off on tops.
Game shot on the fourth
to
leg.
the top
Steve
right-hand
West.
corner. Paul Nicholson was purring alongside me in the commentary box. He loved that dart.
Anybody who loves darts, I dare you not to love that shot, because
Fifth leg,
everything
it's
about
Matt
it
to
was
throw
on purpose.
first.
As soon as he
Game
hits the
on.
single 20, he stays in rhythm and he recognises he can't hit the left-hand side. He can't. He must hit the right-hand side, and he did. That's hitting half of tops.
60.
You could see from that camera shot there just how little of the bed he had to aim at, and it was a perfectly pinned one into the top right-hand corner. And give the scenario and give the situation as
60.
well. Clark was left on 60 to level up at 2-2. It wasn't just the shot, it was the timing of it.
And we are seeing in this game complete extremes as well. Someone who won week 1 compared to someone who won week 12.
140.
And it always brings up that argument of what is best. Winning a week early and having plenty of time to prepare, or winning it late
100.
and being in form coming straight into Champions Week. It's a matter of opinion and a matter of how the player feels. But if you want an answer to that question, purely from a result perspective,
60.
you're about to get it, no matter what happens.
One thing Steve will not want to do is mess about. He wants to get this done ASAP. Get off the stage as soon as possible, because this has been quite an attritional day so far. So the quicker you can get in, the quicker you can get out, the better it's going to be to conserve the energy later on.
You've seen Steve play all week, like I have, and Chris Murphy has, and everybody here.
85.
And people at home, of course.
Steve, you require 161.
But I dare say that I haven't seen Steve this focused all week. In no game this week has he been this switched on.
54.
Even with
Matt, you require
slipping out of the 25 there,
156.
he's just maintaining composure.
Couldn't do it again, could he? No. So West is back for 107.
It always makes me laugh when someone says,
60.
he couldn't, could he?
Steve, you require
He's already done it.
107.
88 left. Double top.
67. Matt, you require
Chances
96.
come and gone, and so it's the relative cut, another 156, the 96 to bring it back to 3-2. West shakes his head. Does he expect to come back?
Now he expects Matt to hit tops.
76.
There was a smile at the back of the stage.
Steve, you require
He wants
40.
to be smiling for a very different reason now.
Is this going to be the grin of a win for Steve West?
Game
Double
shot,
10
undermatched.
is
Steve
found,
West.
and Steve West moves on to 4 points after getting the better of Matt Clark by 4 legs to 1. A real solid performance, an average just underneath the 95 mark. 4 out of 9 when it came to the finishing. Matt Clark's solitary leg was one on a 156, but it is West who knew best, and he picks the points up. Coming up next is Dennington McEwen.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series on this Champions Week of Series 5. We are in Group C, and 3 rounds of fixtures have been played on the opening day of action in it. And Sebastian Białecki has won all 3 of his games so far. Started with that victory over Matt Clark, came from 3-0 behind in that one as well, and he's carried on with the 4-3 wins. For Matt Clark, it hasn't gone well, losing all 3 of his matches so far. A couple of wins for Jim McEwen and Steve West, and 1 apiece for Matt Dennant and Anton Ostlund, and that is how it all translates into the table like this. Białecki top of it, and after only winning 2 games in Group A, he's won 3 out of 3 in Group C, quite remarkably, but the work is far from over. McEwen and West both on his shoulder. Dennant looking to join Jim McEwen on 4 points by beating him here, and Matt Clark at the bottom on no points. Superman will need a superhuman effort if he's to turn it around, but don't write him off. He's done it in the past, and you wouldn't write either of these players off either. Guiding you through this McEwen-Dennant darting duel, it is Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. And so Jim McEwen can join Sebastian Białecki on 6 points of victory here against Matt Dennant, who at times has played at some perennial darts. We've seen 13s, we've seen 11s, we've seen 12s, but hasn't been able to always back it up in terms of the results. Missed doubles have not helped him along the way. 15 in that opening game against Anton Ostlund. And he takes on Jim McEwen, who perhaps over the course of 3 matches has been the most consistent performer, one could argue.
Today has just been weird. Now, often when you have a weird day like today, everything is thrown into the fire and you just don't know how it's going to smell. But here's one thing that is the same as Group A. Dennant has had the best individual
59.
game and hasn't got as many points as other people. He's done that again today. That top performance, winning 4-0 against Matt Clark, that really was good. It could have been better, but it still got him the 2 points that he currently sits on. We are already at the point
125
in this table where Dennant is looking for 2 points, but he's also looking to stop McEwen from getting 2 as well.
58.
It's not quite a 4-pointer, but we're getting close to them.
Especially when you consider what's next. Steve West against Sebastian Białecki.
I'll tell you what's next.
135.
That's just how Białecki rolls. He's getting his money's worth today. He's played 21 legs of darts.
134.
We don't mind it one little bit. And we do it all again tonight. Remember, Group B gets underway from 10 o'clock
81.
on Sporty
Matt,
Stuff
you require
TV.
112.
Dennant looks at 112 to take out this opening leg. And so it's going to be a dart at tots, but how much can he see? That first dart
72.
may have obscured, but
Jim, you
just
require
above the wire it
101.
goes.
Single one. And double top for Jim.
81. Matt,
Not
you
very
require
rosy
40.
for Jim.
$20.
Neither for Matt.
Jim, you
Too
require
many times
20.
that has happened in the last 4 days, especially in the first game he played today. Double 10 for the man with the golden darts.
Game shot on the first leg.
Has the golden
Jim
touch
McEwen.
to take that first leg in 17 darts.
Second leg, it's
Who'd
Jim
be a
to throw
dart player
first. Game on.
It's the sporting equivalent of banging your head against the wall. It hurts. And every now and again, you get this lovely feeling of a wall crumbling down because of your efforts. That's how it feels sometimes.
43.
Seriously.
Do you feel that often?
I haven't played competitively for about 3 years now, so my head's feeling fine, thank you.
123.
What I'm saying is, it's very, very hard. Takes a special kind of person to be able to do this. because
100.
when you play in a Super Series week, successful players will win more games than they lose.
84.
But if you think about a win as winning the whole thing for the week, how often do players win the challenge compared to losing? You lose more often than you win. Unless your name is Luke
82.
Littler, of course.
But even then, he didn't win in this series. It was Sebastian Białowski that stopped him from doing it. You know, out of the hundreds of players that have played in Series 5,
44.
only one of them is ever going to walk away happy, because only one of them can walk away with a £20,000 top prize.
If darts wasn't hard, everybody would do it. That's sport for you.
58.
And there are people out there in the world who don't particularly like sport or don't follow it. And they probably think, well, that looks easy. I assure you, doing what these people are
100.
doing here today is very, very taxing. Both physically and mentally. You try throwing darts for decades and see what it does to your body. More so than ever,
78.
chiropractors
you
and
require
therapists are making their
150.
money because of dart players' bodies needing to be put back into place.
57. Jim, you require 140.
For 2-0 lead. Perfect guide. Sits one alongside to leave double 10.
130.
But that third one was wild.
Matt, you require
Pulled
93.
by Chucky.
That was right between the treble and the double. Oh,
75.
how many times can you
Jim, you
afford to do
require
that in a
10.
game like this? He's had 6 darts at a double in the game.
Game
and
shot on the
he's 2-0
second
down.
leg. Jim McEwen.
It is a game of chances, and when you miss yours and your opponent takes, there's only
Third
one
leg,
script
it's
going to
Matt
be
to throw
followed.
first. Game on.
It's more misery for Matt. Jim not quite jubilant, but if he can
57.
get out today with 6 or 8 points, he'll be happy enough. He knows that he'll be in the race. He knows he'll be in the equation come tomorrow. What do you think is the points mark that would ensure that you're going to be competitive
60.
going into tomorrow's proceedings?
I think you've got to have 6. I think someone's going to get 8. Might just be the one person on 8. But I assure you, that person will be very, very happy. Almost gets a
135.
first 180 of this game, and they haven't been in short supply today. He's been very happy with that side of his game so far here on Thursday.
96.
So being about as happy as Neeps and Tatty's going to a haggis party.
$99.
Yeah, good thinking there from Jim. I like that route on 306. I like this too. Good thinking, but he doesn't come up with a
58.
treble for the second leg in a row, looking for that ideal approach into the finishing zone. This is more of what we saw from Dennett in round 1. He might have got away with it for a time against Anton Östlund in game 3, but against someone as seasoned
137.
as Jim right now, you're not going to get away with it.
Dennett again finding himself a visit behind. The averages kind of
135.
dictate that there's
Jim, you
7 points
require
between the
70.
pair. As McEwen now looks for 7T for a 3-0 lead. This will be for the double breaker throw. He's not going to miss. He never
Game
misses
shot on the
tops.
third leg. Jim
He leads
McEwen.
3-0. He gets the double break, and he's on the cusp of a 4-0 victory, which very much puts him in play.
Fourth
and
leg,
very
it's
much
Jim to
makes
throw
Matt
first.
Dennett,
Game
well,
on.
possibly a passenger in this Group C.
It would also put him top of the table provisionally as well, with the likes of West, Östlund, Białowski having a game in hand. 4-0 victories
140.
in these two-day groups, they're invaluable. I talked earlier in the match about Denon looking for 2 points, but looking to maybe stop McEwen from getting to himself. The extreme example is if you win 4-0, you also maximise the damage on their leg difference, as well as maximising
58.
what you can get for your own.
The breath was collectively held. He's never refereed a 9 darter on the stage, Jack Garwood. And I tell you what, when a maximum is hit, despite the original sound of the 180 call, look at the smile on his face. He enjoys every single bellow of the 180 call.
Way to stick the knife in, by the way, Henry, that he's never called a 9 darter. But that makes Jack feel great.
57.
We've only seen one in the Champions Week, haven't we, from Steve West? He hit that against Littler. McEwen refuses to let go of the opportunity for 4-0.
123.
He gets himself down to a 2-darter, and Denon has got no option but to hit this. That chance is already gone.
37.
And he's made a bit of a mess of it. So McEwen is back for a 4-zip win. One would say tops is the best way to go. There's the first of them.
80.
And he almost found the second.
Matt, you require 87.
Wasn't quite a zip, just a zip. Barbecue sauce.
62. Jim, you require 20.
Which means McEwen has got a chance for 4-0 again.
But he's had some favour on this red part of the board as well. Can he clatter it across the barrel? We're too far inside, and so up for 5s.
10.
I did not expect
Matt, you require
Jim to miss
25.
that. He's the kind of player that just doesn't do that. He's had some worldy darts today. He needs another.
9.
He wires it twice.
Jim, you require 10.
And so already having had a couple of opportunities,
Game
Jim
shot.
McEwen wastes no
Jim
more time
McEwen.
in getting the better of Matt Denon to 4-0 victory for Chucky. Moves him top of the pile, even if only temporarily. He's on to 6 points. He's a 4-0 victor against a scholar who is having to really taste some medicine here. Coming up next, West Białecki.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So we're 2/3 of the way down for our afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, we saw Jim McEwen get the better of Matt Denon by 4-0. That moves him to the summit as far as the Group C table is concerned. Next up, right here, right now, it was the man that he's deposed at the top of the table, Sebastian Białecki in action against Steve West. And if the Englishman can pick up the victory in this one,
First
the top
leg, it's
three
Steve to throw
will
first.
all be on
Game
6
on.
points in the group. And that will be a tie at the top of the group at the end of the 4th round of fixtures.
What a fascinating day so far.
68.
And also a very interesting head-to-head record between these two so far this week. West won 2 of them. But that win for Białecki
48.
on Tuesday was his last win this week before he won his first game today. Oh, how things have changed.
140.
But how many lives does Białecki have? If he has another 4-3 victory here, and yet another one in his final game with Östlund, I'm not going to call him Bolt anymore. I'm going to call
60.
him the Black Cat. Because he's nothing but bad luck for everybody else. He's got plenty of lives. I like the switch here. That one looks a bit wobbly.
121.
Wibble wobble, but it could have found the third treble 20 in the bed.
Are you quite all right over there? I thought you were speaking a different
100.
language for a second there, which is something I've been accused of in the past.
No comment.
One 140.
There have been times this week where Steve has struggled. A lot of head shaking, maybe. Just maybe looking at the glasses half empty. But what we have seen from him in his
Steve,
last 3 matches,
32.
and I'm including this one, it's looked very focused.
16.
Not sure Steve
Sebastian,
got the
you
line
require
of that first dart too well. And
153.
this would be so systematic if Steve's week if Sebastian found the 153 here. It'd be so systematic as Sebastian's week if he found the 153 there. Not to be on that
121.
particular occasion,
Steve,
but
you
West comes
require
back for
16.
double 8, and this time the room for manoeuvre is none. Double 4. Now down for 2s.
Game
They
shot on
never
the first
lose.
leg.
And
Steve
Steve West finds himself a leg up.
I would love to know where that saying came from, that 2s never
Second
lose.
leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
That's not true.
Maybe they're a fan of the Numberjacks.
85.
Well, certain doubles do have stories attached. I'm sure most of Steve's autobiography, if he was to write it, would include
100.
double top pretty much every page. But one of the doubles got a nickname in this series. We started calling double 3 the trapdoor. I like it a lot
74.
because nobody wants to go down there. You know that Johnny Clayton's least favourite double is double 2.
180.
Coincidentally, his favourite double is double 1. Suppose it has to be if you keep missing double 2. I did wonder just how
140.
much longer Białecki was going to survive playing at his level today and in the kind of jeopardy that he was putting himself in.
100.
Is West the kind of player to finally stop him? Because if he does beat Sebastian, and convincingly, he
58.
could hurdle him in the table
Steve,
and
you
put him
require
down to third,
121.
which is provisionally not in a spot for Saturday.
And now the bullseye.
86.
Oh, wow.
Sebastian, you require
Steve
144.
saying to Seb, you're not taking this out, son. You've got no chance. He thinks you're not going to take this out. And he was right.
That was a great U-turn, Henry.
128. Steve, you require 35.
That was great commentary on the fly. Double 10.
Game shot
He
on the
was
second
right.
leg. Steve
You were
West.
waiting to say that he was wrong, and then he said he was right. I loved that. That was really good.
Nothing like commentary that preempts fate.
Third
It
leg,
was
it's
a really
Steve to throw
interesting
first.
call, though.
Game on.
Why would you go 11s if you're not going to go bull? But I think he was going for the treble. But if he's playing mind games, if he's playing
140.
the odds, based on the number that Sebastian had of 144, it's anything over 135 that if you lay up, instead of going for the bullseye, you give your opponent a shot at 136 plus, you're more likely to win the leg by laying up than going for the bull. That is mathematically proven. So we can say what we like. But based on numbers and statistics and probabilities, he did the right thing. Haven't even talked about the fact he missed the single.
However, it looks like matters not now because West won the leg and now he's in full command of this one. And with the gap that he's got, unless BOX comes up with something big, he can lay up on the 161 if he wants.
There's something that we referenced earlier as well, and I don't want to bring it up too much.
55. Steve, you require 161.
But West has been in a Group C in a Champions Week before, and he lost out by the smallest of margins, didn't he? He does not want that to happen again.
97.
He'd like to comfortably make Saturday night. Enough of this knife-edge nonsense. Let's just bulldoze our way through.
55. Steve,
which
you
is what
require
Sebastian
64.
did in Group C when he won his week.
24.
Oh, that was well thrown. Has Białecki run out of lives? But for the first time this week,
59.
he's got a little bit of wiggle room.
Steve, you require 40.
It's Tots or West.
Game shot on the third
To
leg.
halt,
Steve West.
bolt, and to lead 3-0.
I don't know about you, Henry, but I don't know what's happening in this round of action.
Fourth leg, it's Sebastian to throw
We've
first.
seen an awful lot of 4-3s today. In fact, all of, well, pretty much the entirety of round number 3 was 4-3s.
140.
We could have a round here where it's pretty much all 4-0s.
Not going to happen. I'll give you my cast iron guarantee.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen actually in game 12. I think Östlund against Clark is going to be close.
100.
And it wouldn't surprise you, knowing the way Sebastian's been able to really stick in with tasks, whether he can actually bring it back all the way himself. But he's going to have to up the levels a little bit. But you actually look at the numbers he's putting in. He's averaging just under 93. But he hasn't had a dart at double yet.
You can average 123.
100.
But if you're not getting darts at double, it's never going to win.
He's been scored behind in every leg. That's kind of been the story of the tale.
You speak to many young dart players. In fact, very young dart players.
108.
Who can do things like that. And they get obsessed with averages. The sooner, as a player,
100.
you forget about
Sebastian,
them,
you require
the better
41.
you will perform. He's persevering with double 16.
Game shot on the
It's
fourth
working pretty
flag.
well.
Sebastian Białecki.
And a nice little mark of respect from Steve. These two, of course, had battles in Group A
Fifth
on
leg,
Monday,
it's Steve to
Tuesday,
throw
and Wednesday.
first.
Spent a
Game
lot
on.
of time in each other's company, and Steve will know the trials and tribulations that Sebastian has gone through.
45.
Now, Steve was telling me the dynamic of the practice room this week. He got quite friendly with Andreas Harrison. Said he's a lovely chap. I agree. I love Andreas. I think he's wonderful.
96.
But he doesn't talk a great deal because obviously his English isn't as strong as his Swedish. But he said Sebastian's been super quiet. He's probably had more words out of his dog
100.
this week than Sebastian, but he just likes to plod on and do his own thing. You can't force people to do something that they're not comfortable with.
140.
This is an individual sport. You've got to do what is good for you. And whether that's talking, socializing, or airing things out in the practice room with someone else, fair enough. But if you want to be quiet
60.
and have your own corner, off you go.
Still my favourite Super Series story. And Andreas Harrison just randomly rocked up at quiz night that we were all a part of in
95.
Portsmouth, just randomly there. And he answered one question. Ironically, genuinely, I kid you not, there was an ABBA question that night.
Did he get it right?
Indeed.
Would have been pretty embarrassed if he hadn't.
100. Sebastian, you require 170.
Doesn't have to complete it on this turn. And he's not going to. But he's going to lay up to bring it back to 3-2. And suddenly the
58.
stem and the tide has changed. Things have seesawed dramatically. Now Białecki has an average 5 points superior that of Steve West.
100. Sebastian, you require 112.
One is on a 2 darter, one's on a 3 darter. Where's your money? Nice lie. Didn't use it.
56.
This is a chance for West
Steve,
to get
you
this done
require
quickly
96.
without any faff. Double top.
56.
You don't need
Sebastian,
me
you
to tell you what
require
he thinks about it.
56.
Now a break chance of Białecki. This is to bring it back to 3-2. It's going to be 2 at tops. Double 10. No.
36.
That's against the tide.
Steve, you require 40.
West this week has been seeing people hitting 3rd dart doubles.
Game shot.
But
Under
it is a
match.
first dart
Steve
double
West.
for West. They've spent a lot of time together this week, but West gets the best of this one, and he is very much in the race for the top 2 in Group C, because at the minute he's in 2nd position. Only on leg difference is he behind Jim McEwen, but it's been a really good campaign for Steve so far. Białecki, though, is on 6 points as well, and we have 3 at the top on 6 and 3 that aren't. 2 of them that aren't are coming next.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
If you haven't had enough darts for one day, stick around. We've still got 4 more games for you this afternoon. And that's even before we go through to tonight's session in Group B, which might even be the best session of the week. It's my favourite. I love Group B because it's so cutthroat. And we're going to see new players tonight, including the favourite for this week's title,
First
Daryl
leg, it's
Pilgrim.
Anton to throw first. Game on.
But before we get to the final round of matches in Group C today, let's find out if Anton Östlund can get to 4 points to confine Matt Clark to 0 going into his 5th game with
100.
Jim McEwen. Not looking good for Superman.
You get the sense that Anton Östlund's in this position already at the midway point of Thursday where he can maybe eliminate the first player from Champions League, because if Matt Clark loses this one, he's going to find
58.
himself 6 points behind 3 players and 4 points behind others. Okay, he wouldn't mathematically be out, but you'd sense that the gap that he's got to bridge will, at this juncture, you'd feel be
134.
insurmountable.
Now, do my eyes deceive me, or has Matt Clark changed his points? It didn't look like they had any grip
100.
earlier in the day. You see those silver rings at the top of the point? I don't remember seeing those earlier.
He has played with them here at the Super Series in the past.
59.
If he wins this game, he could be Lord of the Rings.
And a win would be precious for Matt Clark about now.
99.
Some wins are just really hard to come by. Think about what Anton was doing in his qualifying week.
100.
Finished 4th in Group A, 2nd in Group C, and the only time he was the winner was on the Saturday night, and that's all you have to do. I don't mean to put it in easy sense like that.
Anton, you require 108.
But the only time you have to be classified as the winner is Saturday night. You don't have to win Group A. You don't have to win Group C.
56.
You just got to get to Saturday.
Matt, you
win
require
then.
148.
148 for Matt Clark for the breaker throw in this opening leg. Another one of them. Leads himself double 14.
Game shot on
And
the
could that
first leg.
be the
Matt
light
Clark.
start for Matt Clark? Superman needs to find something inspired, and that could be the finish to do just that.
Second leg, it's Matt to
Anton
throw
Östlund
first.
can't
Game
believe
on.
he hasn't had an opportunity to win the opening leg.
He was catatonic there, wasn't he? Sitting on his own little 2-darter. And Clark says, nope,
40.
I'll have that, thank you very much. It's not the biggest finish he's hit today either. He's had a 156. This game's got the ring
80.
of Euro 92, hasn't it? England versus Sweden. Brawling, darling, brawling. And then when that ball hit the back of the net, English hearts were breaking all over the world. And maybe Sweden's never been so delighted in football.
180.
Because it was on home turf, wasn't it?
Yeah, my memories of England against Sweden is Joe Cole
59.
at the World Cup. But that was a bit before my time. It's more Euro 2012 when Danny Welbeck scored a winner for England against Sweden in the group stages under Roy Hodgson.
Yeah, they did play in the quarterfinals of the World Cup as well a few years ago.
Of course, yes, Maguire.
Harry Maguire header.
60.
I remember where I was when that went in. Where were you?
I remember where I was. I just finished commentating on a pre-season friendly, and I was whipped back to my house as quickly as possible.
28.
So I made sure I didn't miss kickoff.
I was in Puerto Banús when that game was on. Yeah, it was
41.
a rather bustling atmosphere. Anyway, let's talk about Swedish success, of which they've had plenty in darts and sport
140.
over the last few years. Anton very much looks up to his Swedish counterparts, and you think about what Sweden have done. And yesterday we were talking to Andreas Harrison about if he won this week, would be his biggest achievement? Well, he said it probably would
140.
usurp that Europe Cup win by Sweden, which, believe me, was a huge thing. We'll dig into that in
60.
the next leg, in fact.
Matt,
We'll
you
give you a
require
little bit of insight
40.
into what happened there.
Meanwhile here, Clark has tops for 2-0. And to put him halfway towards the victory post. Double 10
20.
was what he's looking for. Double 10 is what he misses.
Anton, you require 134.
This would... Well, it'd be anti-Clark, wouldn't it? The big finish going against him.
Not quite,
94.
but a fabulous try.
Matt, you require 20.
Has already had a chance to make it 2-0.
Game shot
It
on the
is
second
2-0.
leg. Matt Clark.
Is this going to be the game where he finally gets off the mark? 2 games left today, obviously including this.
Third leg, it's Anton to throw first.
He can still get
Game on.
14 points. Clark is the kind of guy that could potentially go on a run like that.
100.
Is there anybody in this group who is playing to the level that you think he can't do that? Don't write him off just yet. But I promised you to talk about the 2018 Europe Cup Teams event,
85.
which was won by Sweden. It was won in Budapest at the MOM Centre. And in the final of the Teams event, it was 9-5
100.
to Sweden over the Netherlands, who had a very strong team of Willem Mandigas, who we've seen here in this series, Richard Veenstra, Martin Kleermaker, and Chris Landman. But Sweden, with one of their biggest team victories in their history, won with Andreas Harrison, Edwin Torbjornsson,
59.
Oskar Lukasiak, who you've seen in this series, and Daniel Larsson. They are the kind of players that Anton looks up to and is looking to almost hurdle in his own career
100.
over the next few years.
Well, he's looking to usurp Clark in this one and has got the advantage on throw here in leg 3. If he can just peg one back,
97.
get the sense maybe the tide may change, because it wouldn't be the first time today Matt Clark's been in a position where maybe he's been in control, in command of a match, and he's let it
59.
slip.
Yeah, you're not kidding. That first game of the day has set the tone for craziness. Still don't believe that Białecki should have won that game. Darts can be cruel. You've got to be
81.
in tune with that.
Anton,
it
you
is
require
cruel. You've got to be
142.
cruel to your opponent and accept the cruel nature of it when it happens to you.
90.
How much would Matt love our referee to call out 139 right now? It's not going to happen.
84.
Anton
you
went
require
on the call
52.
of 84 as he heads back for 52 to half the arrears. Tops.
Game shot on the third leg.
Clinical,
Anton
2-1.
Östlund.
But even still, he gives that Tops a good old stare down. And he's played some okay stuff today, Anton, but
Fourth leg, it's Matt
fair
to
to
throw
say
first.
he hasn't really looked
Game
settled.
on.
He's almost been trying to force 1 or 2 bits.
If that's the case, he needs somebody to tell him that he's under no pressure in this group. Look down the list of players in this group. Clark, McEwen,
100.
West, Dennant. I'd say from those 4 of the 6, they're expected to succeed. Whereas Białecki
95.
and Östlund are still building experience. That way they can play the underdog card and just flow without the sort of pressure that these seasoned players have to shoulder.
140.
Do you know which year Matt Clark made his debut at the World
108.
Championship? And the reason I say that is because Anton hasn't played in one yet. I'm sure he will. I just want to pay homage to Matt Clark
97.
because he made his debut in a World Championship the same year that England hosted the Euros in 1996.
48. Matt, you require 164.
That was a long time ago. 27 years ago.
I wasn't even born.
You weren't even thought of, Henry. I worked at Euro 96.
Did you?
That's in James Park.
43.
Yeah.
Full kit?
No, I did some of the group games at St James's Park. It was a great summer.
So Clark back for 1-2-1 for what would be
56.
a 3-1 lead.
Matt, you require
And put him
120.
within a leg of his first victory of the day.
Now, some people have been going bullseye on this shot to start the combination, to try and take the bullseye out of play completely for the finish.
85. Anton, you require 122.
What that 85 does is it gets him to a double and forces the Swede to take this with 418s and then the bullseye.
90.
He won't do, and so Clark comes back
Matt,
for
you require
3-1. Double
36.
18 is what he requires. Put within a leg of victory. Sets himself up. Gets
Game shot on the
himself
fourth
set.
leg. Matt Clark.
And he could be set for his first win. Double 18 pinned for a 3-1 lead. And Superman could well be a
Fifth
leg away
leg is
from
Anton
putting
to
himself
throw
on the board
first.
at long last.
Yeah,
Game
but
on.
correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't he have a 3-1 lead against Mr. Białecki earlier? He had a bit of a hash brown of that one.
108.
And that's a full Swedish, not a full English. I wonder what you get for breakfast in Sweden. I bet it's lovely. You wouldn't get any of that smorgastarter. One of those layered sandwich cakes that were
96.
featured on a very famous baking show. Very hard to make, by the way. Having never been to Sweden, I don't know what they have for breakfast, but if he comes out of the traps
100.
tomorrow, I might ask him what he had for breakfast. That'd be something to do with wheaty biscuits. There's a bit of a snarl about Matt Clark at the minute. One of disdain at the
44.
fact that he could have somebody on his tail again.
$60.
I don't agree with dart 3. I think staying straight there. I know he's got a big lead of 200 points, but I like the 17s on that third dart. You get the 51, great. If you don't, 17,
42.
164.
Anton, you
You
require
can go for 140 to lead
161.
double 12. Call me crazy, but these are the kind of things I think about when I'm going to sleep at night.
65.
So 96 to bring it back to 3-2 and to once again pull Matt Clark back to within a leg. Still doesn't look. When he won his week, he was pumped up. He had this real
139. Anton, you
exuberant
require
energy about
96.
him. Just feels a little bit, in comparison, maybe just a bit flat. But this would awaken him if he finds double 18. Now double 9.
Game
Found.
shot on the fifth leg.
3-2.
Anton
But Matt
Ursula.
Clark, importantly here, has the darts in the 6th.
Sixth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Just waiting Anton to almost let out maybe like some kind of celebration. Just let out something. It looks like hard work for him at the minute.
108.
2-2 in the maximum stakes.
I don't think you would have looked at this fixture and thought there's going to be a lot of maximums in this one, but 4
123.
is a fair number. I'm going to talk about something really quickly here because Matt Clark, who is now on a 9, is going to stop me.
Stop him, Matt. Okay, carry on.
140.
He played in the England team back in 1998, did Matt Clark. And I'd like to run through the names that he played with.
44.
It's absolutely incredible. Steve Beaton, Andy Jenkins, Andy Hayfield. You might not know that name, but my generation of dart players do. Julian Bullock, Mervyn King, Martin Adams,
57.
Andy Fordham, Dennis Ovens, Colin Monk, Kevin Painter and Ronnie Baxter. He was in that team. That was when getting into the England squad
140.
was the equivalent of qualifying
Matt, you
for a world
require
championship.
124.
It was that hard.
This is a championship that's very much high on his radar to win, and this 124 would seal in the match. Doesn't have to chase the treble 18 and bullseye, so instead he does the correct thing and lays up to an appropriate portion.
60.
Couldn't quite find the treble that would have left in double 12, mind.
The way that Matt's been rolling today, Anton's probably going to hit something like a 162 here.
$140.
He might just get one match start.
64.
He hasn't had a match start since the very first game, where he missed multiple shots to beat Sebastian. One to beat Anton.
Well, the supercharge has to start somewhere for Matt Clark, and it could well be there as he beats Anton Oslund by 4 legs to 2. Superman finally successful, and a couple of words there with the referee, Jack Garwood. Interesting to have seen what happened there, or what went on. But as far as Matt Clark is concerned, he's a 4-2 victor against the Swede, 89.05 the average, aiming a bit by another big finish, the 148. And so 3 more games to go. West v Dennant, the beginning of that, after this.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Hello again, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where there are just 3 fixtures left to play on the first day of Group C. And here's what's happened so far. That start for Sebastian Białecki was followed with a couple more victories, but he was eventually beaten by Steve West a couple of games ago. And as you can see, Matt Clark has just got off the mark, a 4-2 success for him against Anton Oslund, meaning that Matt Clark, well, he might yet pull off the great escape once again, having been on 0 points after 3. He now joins Matt Denon and Oslund on 2, and there's a straight split in the table. Białecki, West and Jim McEwen now all on 6 points. West back in action next. He's taking on Matt Denon in the last match for that pair. 3 games to come and 2 men talking you through the action. Henry Deacon and Paul Nicholson.
Thanks, Murph. Yeah, really good day for Steve West today. 6 points up to this one. And if he wins one more, he's going to be very happy with his day's work. What I can reveal at this stage is that Steve West did not sleep well last night. I'm not sure anybody in Portsmouth did, actually, because it was borderline tropical here with the storm last night. It wasn't drops of rain, it was sheets of rain, keeping everybody awake.
First leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
One industry that's going to be struggling today is the car wash, because no car needs a wash today. But what Steve would give for a whitewash against Matthew Dennant here in their 4th match of the week. And in fact, there hasn't been a whitewash in this fixture all week long.
Well, you mentioned the weather. Well, it might be outside frightful, but the darts have been delightful. And if you want to be here on Saturday night, well, we've got a nice toasty arena
60.
indoors for you. Dartshot.tv, the place to be to get your tickets. And even better, we've got an after party for you. We've got
96.
the after darty party in Pompey, which will be open until 1 a.m. And it's going to be hosted by Star MC Paul Starr.
140.
It will be disco time.
Does anybody go to a disco anymore?
I do.
98.
There's going to be only one person dancing at the end of this one.
91.
If
Matt,
they
you require
win,
167.
that'll be Steve West. Even if Dennant does get a second win of the day, I still don't think he'd be happy. That's a great approach.
131.
Superb darts.
Steve, you require 110.
West 110. May have to go to say throw. And it's going to be double 10. Just inside.
100.
And Dennant comes back for double 18.
Matt, you require
he started
36.
games quite well as a scholar. And it would be the third game he would have started with a 13 darts if he pinned that double 18. And now he may not win the leg at all.
No score.
There was some real
Steve, you
anger in that
require
last
10.
dart. Well, I'm not even sure there's a word in the English language to describe it. Flinging it away, probably. Oh,
No score.
Speaking of flinging,
Matt, you require 36.
it's getting a bit untidy.
Back we go to double 18.
Game shot on the
In
first
double
leg,
18
Matt
goes.
Dennant.
Dennant breaks, leads 1-0. And I just wonder whether potentially, if it's not a successful week
Second
for
leg,
Matt
it's Matt
Dennant,
to throw first.
he will feel that this is
Game on.
possibly opportunity passing him by. He's been in positions. He took group play after
140.
day one. Should feel possibly he should have crammed his way into Group B, but didn't on either of those occasions. And here in Group C, he's making life
60.
incredibly hard for himself.
Well, think about how complex this whole playing scenario is.
140.
This is not playing best of one leg and being the champion. This is going through a weekly campaign just to get to this week and then having to go through another weekly
100.
campaign to possibly get the chance to win. It's the darting equivalent of the Tour de France. It's long, it's hard, it's taxing,
85.
and it has stages. So that'd be a good prize at the end of the whole thing, a yellow dart shirt.
140.
Just see if Dave Chisnell has any spare.
Well, I don't mean that yellow. Maybe a different colour palette. Maybe something akin to the yellow that Steve might wear tomorrow.
58.
The lucky yellow shirt for Steve West. He's won his weeks on it. I know his partner Michelle has been listening to our observations about
140.
shirt game, and I'm sure
Matt,
that's
you
going to be
require
out tomorrow.
78.
As Dennant goes back for 78 for a 2-0 lead. It's going to be a single 20 for double tops here for Dennant.
38.
Flies above.
Steve, you require 61.
Ah, double 18.
25.
Just for a moment, I really thought that Steve was going to go
Matt,
for
you
treble 7.
require 40. Game shot on the
2-0
second
Dennant.
leg. Matt Dennant.
Just when you think that we can start to predict how this
Third
table is
leg,
going to
it's
pan
Steve to
out,
throw first.
there may be one
Game
final
on.
chicane before we get to the end here. He's been really
30.
focused the last few games of Steve. He must not let that go. This game is not over yet. It's only 2-0.
93.
There was a game yesterday, wasn't there? At the very end, where someone was 3-0 up and lost. That was Conan Whitehead, wasn't it?
60.
Matt Dennant won that game 4 legs to 3 with 4 out of 7 on the doubles. It was a good contest.
60.
A precursor to the second best performance we've seen so far this week from Rob Grundy. 102.21 in his final game of yesterday.
140.
We'll see more of him tonight.
Group B will get underway from 10 o'clock this evening here on Sporty Stuff TV and on the
58.
MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. We're going to see Chris Quantock in action as well, in action as well, alongside Moreno Michels.
133.
Well, West has left the shot that's been left most famous and hit most famously. Well, you'll remember the story and how it goes. You know, Luke Humphries winning the World Grand Prix.
81.
Don't poke
Steve,
the wolf,
you
Henry.
require 138.
Same route. Same route.
126.
Slightly different result. That was a really good attempt, though. And I really love the approach as well. 271, you get the 133 to leave 138, and you can focus on one target. And that
Steve,
target being
12.
the treble 19. Target changes now. Double six.
No score.
Despair.
Matt, you require 74.
And it might be magnified if Dennant can find the double he chooses to leave, which is Steve's favourite.
34.
Doesn't go.
Steve,
And
you
so
require
West
12.
gets another turn. He says 8 darts at double in this match. He can't afford to miss any more if he has realistic hopes of winning it. But that second one's awful. It's awkward for him.
No score.
Just not sure that that double six
Matt, you require
sits well
40.
for him in his eye, because he did miss all of those by about half a centimetre right.
And so double top for Matt Dennant. This would be for a double break
Shot
of
on the
foe
third leg,
and a
Matt
3-0
Dennant.
lead. And now has the darts for the match, and it would leave Steve West loitering on 6
Fourth
points in the
leg, it's
group.
Matt to throw first. Game on.
Think about all of the work he's done today. Beating Matt Clark by 4 legs to 1.
41.
Beating Białowski by 4 legs to 1 to get himself back into a positive leg difference situation at +3. He's running the risk of losing all of that.
45.
And the only thing that remains is his 6-point tally, which I did say, admittedly, at the start of play, is what you need to be in the reckoning.
134.
Nobody's going to get 10 points today. The best that someone can do is 8. But then again,
180.
the game isn't over yet. And if you get Matt Clark beating McEwen in the next game and Urslan beating Białowski,
134.
strangely, if he loses this game, West will still be tied at the top on points.
You saw just
81.
there the trophy in the backdrop. That's the prize firmly in Steve West's eyes. If he won this on Saturday night, I don't think you'll see
96.
a prouder champion of this trophy than Steve West.
I'm not sure you'll see a more grateful champion.
But West's crest may well be
59. Matt,
dented
you
by
require
Dennant. If he can
96.
find this 96, this would be for a 4-0 victory. Decided to go for the treble, didn't go double-double.
Yeah, that was the right play. Double-double is something you do when you think you've only
38.
got one shot.
Steve, you
You
require
might even get another crack.
136.
Did say might. I said might.
128.
The thumbs up and
Matt, you
acknowledgement
require
of, well, it
58.
may have not been for him in this match. Dennant has 2 darts at tops.
18.
Opportunity comes
Steve,
and
you
goes.
require
There are
8.
wire benders on tops. And West comes back for
Shot on the
4s.
fourth leg,
And he is
Steve
still
West.
in it. He is still got some kind of chance in this game. And with Steve West, all you need is a slight
Fifth leg, it's Steve to
opportunity.
throw first.
And he will try
Game
and give
on.
as much as he can get.
At this point, you've just got to remember what kind of day Matt has had.
134.
Tumultuous. Does he believe that he can get over the line
21.
fast? Based on the evidence that we have, maybe not. He has to
41.
claw his way through the mud to a valuable 2 points to get to 4. And if you think about a scenario for the rest of the day,
100.
in the favour of the scholar. He wants exactly what I've already mentioned. He wants the top to be 6. Because if he wins here
96.
and gets to 4 points, and it is 6 at the top, he's only 2 adrift. He's very much in play. But if 2 people
140.
get to 8 points, and he doesn't get to 4, 6 behind, you can't see him getting back from that.
125.
But he's making severe inroads here. He broke down in the last leg, and on throw has very much got this leg in his favour.
Here's the spot
100.
where you
Steve,
first
you
and
require
foremost just say to
105.
yourself, minimize the damage. Don't think about the win at the minute.
39.
Just try and minimize
Matt,
the
you
damage.
require 140.
Leg on leg. If you're Denon, all you want to do is leave tops. And pray that you get a shot.
100. Steve, you require 66.
Steve West needs to get his kicks on Route 66, otherwise the game could be done. Tops. Drags
46.
below, and that might well be
Matt,
that.
you require 40.
It should be. How has that not gone in?
Game shot.
That's a
and the
great
match.
dart.
Matt Denon.
Considering how much you wired that double top with the first 2, that is a great third one to get a valuable 4-1 victory against Steve West. He will finish on 6 points and an all-even leg difference, which is the same as Sebastian Białecki. We won't see him until game 15, but West is done for the day, as is Dennant. As far as Clark and McEwen are concerned, strap in for that one, because it's coming after this.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365. It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've reached the penultimate match of our Group C action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Jim McEwen and Matt Clark going toe-to-toe. Now, this is a little bit of Super Series history, Paul Nicholson, because Jim McEwen against Matt Clark is the first ever meeting between 2 players that have played against each other at Champions Nights at another Champions Week. This took place in Series 2's Champions Week. Jim McEwen, a 4-3 victor.
It's Matt to throw
Both
first.
averaged 94 in that
Game
game.
on.
McEwen won that game, but it was Matt Clark who went within a leg of the title that night.
Very nice indeed. We've talked a lot this week about
81.
the history of what people have done in a Champions Week before, whether it's this week being their first trip here, or second trip, or even third trip. But to have two people who have been
59.
here before and played each other in Champions Week before is a bit of a rarity, of course, like Henry mentioned. But there will be an air of familiarity about this one.
81.
Let's just dispense with the pleasantries. We know that these two are not the quickest. So why don't you play along at home? You're sitting there with your family, loving the darts so far today. Why don't you have a guess how long this match will be?
95.
I think it's going to be about 11 and a half minutes. For the whole game, by the way.
118.
Oh, come on, we've had our fastest game of our existence in this series. I think this game is going to be brilliant because you talked about their previous meeting. If they're both averaging 94,
135.
heck of a game. And we talk about fast players as well. How the pace will suit them. Well, the pace is going to suit both of these guys here.
This is great news for the camera operators because they can't get anything wrong in this match.
140.
It's not like Alexander Merckx and Jelle Klaassen, where that game will make you dizzy. But we like a game that makes you dizzy.
140. Matt, you require
Instead of it being
81.
two thoroughbreds going really fast down the straight at Aintree, this is looking at thoroughbreds just trotting gracefully and doing things very, very right. And that is very, very right. 15 dart start for Clark. And if you think about what's happening in this table right now, and you've been sitting at home,
Second leg,
or
it's Jim
wherever
to
you
throw
are on your
first.
smart device watching
Game
this,
on.
thinking, Matt Clark's out of this. Think again. He beats McEwen. He is only 2 points behind the top spot.
Well, let's put this in play. If
83.
Clark beats McEwen and Ersland beats Białowieski in the last game of the session, all 6 players will be effectively conjoined at the hip because 6 players will be separated by the meagre margin of just 2 points.
81.
Let's put something else into perspective as well. You've just seen Matt Dennant beat Steve West by 4 legs to 1, and courtesy of that result, West and Dennant are locked in the middle of the table on the same leg difference, albeit 2 points apart. They will play each other in
140.
round 1 tomorrow, but only after Clark and McEwen play and Ersland and Białowieski have completed their first game.
Is it only fair that in this game that I mentioned that Ricky Evans has hit a 9-dart leg against Callum Ridds in 36
59.
seconds? They reckon a record for a televised stream.
Sounds about right. When you have a fast game like that, or a fast 9-darter, to reference what you just said, you've got to have a fast opponent, and that's exactly what Ricky had with Callum Ridds.
140.
Same with Merckx when he was getting that record of 5 minutes 41. He was playing Klaassen. If he was playing Matt Clark or Jim McEwen, that doesn't happen. We know that. You have to have the right muse.
Say the right
55.
news. Son will be home for a bit
Jim, you
of
require
hysteria come Saturday
138.
night. Well, the 138 again. Another one of them. Double 12. That's
Getting shot on the
superb for
second leg.
McEwen.
Jim
A
McEwen.
138 to level up. That was class in a glass from Chucky. A 12-dart leg to level up proceedings.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
You can see how much that bothered Matt Clark. He has learned over the course of 3 decades how to take shots like that on the chin.
99.
I love this time of year. Just starting to get chilly outside. Seen our first domestic Christmas advert this morning. We can start to get really excited about Saturday night here.
66.
There's other things around the corner as well. But don't get too excited about what's coming next when you've got this now and Saturday just a couple of clicks away.
Is this man going to be back there?
140.
You mentioned Christmas. I was actually speaking to our colleague Phil Bars, who's with us as part of the team this week. And he's played Christmas songs since the 14th of October.
140.
But I suppose everybody looks forward to Ali Pali, and I suppose the build-up gets earlier and earlier every year.
I love how you didn't wait for my reply to that, by the way.
I know what it's going to be.
81.
There are no words.
I can tell you the look on his face, it probably paints a picture of about 1,000 words.
Hey, nobody loves Christmas more than me. But Christmas is about darts. That's top of my list.
85.
Well, Clark here has 6 darts on 181 to complete the third leg. Averaging 92.36 as opposed to the
30.
Nelson of Jim McEwen currently averaging 111 on the nose.
But he's still only 1-1. He's done a lot of things right in this game so far.
85.
Ooh, but that is a deflection that he didn't like.
Matt, you require 151.
The only bright side that is he's still inside 130, which means that the shot is makeable. Doesn't have to be perfect on the first start to still get a shot.
93. Jim, you require 125.
125 for McEwen, all about the balls over the first dart. Because the 25 leaves a square ton. But a slip the other side opens up the opportunity for Clark. 58 for a
83.
2-1 lead.
Matt, you require 58.
Expertly left. With a 93 turn in the last one. Treble 18 was hit to leave 58. Single 18 leaves tops for 2-1.
Game shot on the third
Classy.
leg. Matt Clark.
Very, very classy. Just taking his chance when it comes around. That's what his game is all about. It's not
Fourth
about
leg,
massive
it's Jim
averages.
to throw first.
He's never
Game
had
on.
a reputation of huge 180 hitting. It's about just being good enough. Look at his whole career. Methodical, plots his way around the board, and minimises mistakes.
180.
The bellow of Jack Garwood, I suppose, is a reason why they call him Gob. The first max of this encounter goes the way of McEwen, but it may be closely followed by Clark with one.
180.
They're both on a 9.
Oh, I can speak.
$60.
Wow. 3 darts that bent the wire. Literally.
Ironically, may have made the bed a bit smaller for Clark. Now he finds the wire.
60.
Do you know that Clark is a chocolate bar in America?
Indeed.
A Clark bar, yeah.
I saw it. I went to Washington about 5 years ago. I can't attest to tasting it, but the
Yeah.
best sweets in America, lifesavers.
140.
Now we are talking.
Things I didn't know about you, Henry. And keep eating Clark bars and you won't be going to the gym. Lightsabers? Did you say lightsabers?
60.
Lifesavers. I
Oh.
can't
Jim, you require
speak. See,
121.
I was going to say, you don't eat those things that they have in Star Wars. That would be a bit silly.
121 for McEwen. 25 first dart, leads 96. Not going to get a poke at double 18, and so he is going to come back, and he comes back for double 8 upon his return. Clark can only try and set this up. Still averaging 110 here, Jim McEwen, at the midway point of the match.
But you do tend to find in this kind of game that the person without the darts has the high average.
60.
If the person
Jimmy
with the darts is
requires
defending
16.
well, which Matt definitely is. Oh, no.
No score.
Chance for Clark.
Matt, you require 141.
This is where you're telling yourself off for leaving 141 instead of something like 81 or 76. See, as soon as that dart goes in, the shot is off. Whereas if you had 81 or 76, something like that, the shot would still be on.
100.
Taking
Jimmy
your
requires
leg
16.
into different departments is oh so crucial. McEwen wanting double 8. And now shuffles across for double 4 to win leg 4.
Game shot on the
Found
4th leg.
2-2.
Jim McEwen.
Well, there was a feeling that this game was one that was going to go tight, that potentially had 7 legs written all over it, and at the
5th leg,
midway
it's Matt to
point,
throw
the
first.
pair can't be for
Game
splitting.
on.
2-2.
$59.
If I was to say to you, from your generation, England versus Scotland, darting rivalry, what would you think of? As in player versus player.
Gary Anderson, Adrian Lewis.
140.
Good answer. My generation, Eric and Jockey.
Still say the ultimate England against Scotland rivalry in darts.
Eric and Jockey.
140.
Having said that, in both rivalries, something has been thrown by a Scottish person at the English player, because it was a beer can at Eric back in the 80s, and I believe it was a coin at Adrian in Glasgow. So
100.
there you go. Similarities between the two. I guarantee you nothing's going to be thrown at Matt, apart from maybe big scores. They have had rivalries in team games over
41.
the years. Great Scottish teams playing against great English teams. Both PDC and back in World Cups back in the day. This is brilliant. Is this where McEwen makes his move?
80.
The microphone trumpet of Jack Garwood.
He looked like he was playing the trombone there, wasn't he?
Loving every second on that stage.
131.
Here's this for an 11. This
Jimmy
is a
require
3-2.
81.
The average just under 107 for McEwen.
Very safe. I don't mind that at all. Bullseye for a break.
56. Matt, you
You could
require
barely get 2 atoms
130.
between that point and the wire.
This is a type of finish that he has dined off for a number of years. When your opponent has had an opportunity and you have a mid-range finish that ends on the bullseye. Matt Clark tends to
105.
punish, but he couldn't this time.
Jim, you
I'm
require
loving this game.
25.
One man misses the bull. The next one gets a chance at the bull and also misses by a very small margin. What happens next? Biggest start of the match.
Game
And it's
shot on
in for the
fifth
break
leg.
of throw.
Jim
McEwen has a chance of 8 points if he wins this leg or the next.
6th leg,
He
it's Jim
could
to
set
throw
himself
first.
at the
Game on.
pole position point of the table. He will take provisional pole. And you'll see whether the pole, Sebastian Białecki can beat Anton Östlund. If Białecki does that, he'll have company on 8 points. If Östlund can pick up
81.
a victory in that last game, McEwen will be the outright leader going into day 2. And he'll be returning to Champions Night, a place where he will feel As if he's got a bit of retribution with.
Well, Jim McEwen, you might not know this, but just before
121.
we came to Portsmouth in September of 2022, we were in a studio in Southampton and we had a special weekly event called the Champion of Champions. Jim McEwen won that title.
140.
But I'm not going to level him with saying he's won a series, because he hasn't. Because this is the MODUS Super Series. It's no longer the Live League. But that was a really big title for him to win on the back of winning a weekly title earlier in the year.
100.
When you consider what he's done with us in the last 2 years, he is one of the most successful players. But like a few others, there's something missing. Pilgrim has 3 series titles.
100.
West has as well. Whitehead has got 3. McEwen's got 2. And only one of the people I've mentioned have got a series title, and that's Whitehead. You'll see him tonight.
McEwen beat Conor Heenahan in that
140.
final. He's looking to beat Matt Clark by 4 legs to 2 here. Looks to set up.
Yeah, Heenahan, one of the best players not to have a weekly title. Been in a bunch of finals.
He's in the fabled Robert Thornton club.
Sounds like the kind of club that I want to join.
100. Matt, you require 140.
Well, Matt, can you stop him from getting a match start? That's the question. The answer is no. High in the 20s needed.
100.
A very good
Jimmy
professional
require
single.
80.
But McEwen could head the field if he takes 80 more going into Friday.
But that is a drag of a dart, and now he's got all sorts of work to do. 79 left, and so downstairs he goes. It's going to be 57 his intended destination, and that means now double 11 to seal the job by 4 legs to 2.
58.
Match start come and gone.
Matt, you
The
require
whole
40.
game he's averaged over 100. He got that valuable break of through in leg 5. Then he gets a match start. He's done everything right in this game, McEwen, apart from hit that double 11.
Game shot on a
And now
sick
he's got
flag.
to
Matt
construct
Clark.
another match opportunity against the darts. This group could well be very
7th and
dependent
final leg. It's Matt to throw
on this
first.
leg.
Game on.
Let's face it, if McEwen stays on 6 and Clark goes to 4, we've got a very different Friday. Superman 2 points behind, or 6 points behind.
60.
It could be the difference between him being here on Saturday night and not. It's not even the beginning of the weekend, and already his plans could be dashed.
59.
It wasn't a bad dot at double 11 either. It only just missed to the left. This has got the air of that game that Raymond Smith played with Matt
55.
a little while ago in a series final. And you said that the previous game between these two was a good one, both averaging in the 90s. That's happening again here. There you can see the evidence.
140.
Average again ticks above a ton for Jim McEwen. But Matt has just stuck with the task at every single point. Against most other players, Jim probably puts himself in a position to win the game maybe 4-1. But
97.
Matt has stuck with him at every single juncture.
That's not a bad thing to happen. He can still leave a finish.
92.
He was thinking about it. Just how valuable is this visit going to be? What can he leave from here? Everybody would want to leave 109. Now the possibility is 149.
$100.
Has to settle for no finish. So McEwen's got 6 from 210.
And Matt Clark has entered the Club of Hope.
Remember, it's not an S. It's
60.
Krypton for hope. I didn't just make that up.
But he may have had one of his prayers answered. It was only a 60 for McEwen. And for the first time really in this match, his average nosedives below the ton mark.
I meant to say Kryptonian, by the way. I got that wrong.
97.
But Matt didn't get that wrong.
Jim, you require 150.
This will be some way to finish the game. We've had a 138 with 2 treble 19s, 2 treble 20s for double 15 if he chooses. But he goes the hard way.
132.
It was that double that cost
Matt,
him
you require 92.
Super Series history in Southampton when he missed double 18 for a perfect 30 points in a Group A campaign. Nobody's ever been closer. Can Matt Clark stop Jim in his tracks with 79 more? This feels familiar. 79 with 2. That's what McEwen had for the match.
But Clark isn't going to get
52.
that dart to get over the line. And so
Jimmy
McEwen
require
returns
18.
to double 9 to put himself on provisional pole. And so it's one dart at double 4.
10.
But that's a wire bender, and Clark gets a reprieve.
Matt, you
He
require
now wants tops of the
40.
match, and he can put everybody pretty much within the reckoning.
I'm feeling like a wet shirt right now. I've been put through the ringer. I fear to think how these players are feeling. Does Matt Clark go through the ringer and still survive Thursday?
30.
Oh, no.
Jim, you require
3
8.
darts missed for this game could be fatal.
The tension is palpable. This moment has real significance. And it is
Game shot. And the
McEwen
match,
who's up to the
Jim
task
McEwen.
as he gets the better of Matt Clark by 4 legs to 3 in a Super Series marathon match. But McEwen, importantly, puts himself on provisional pole in the group. 8 points to his name and a significant legs difference as well. He is on 8 points. He is the commander-in-chief in terms of this group right now. Coming up after the break, Sebastian Białowieski's in action against Anton Ersland, and we'll see where the land lies after this.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back. I'm here with the player of the day, Jim McEwen. First of all, Jim, we'll start with that last match. How significant could that victory be against Matt Clark come the end of tomorrow?
Oh, that was big. I had to win that, yeah. Could have had 5 out of 5 tonight. Could have beat Seb 4-2. That's the way it goes. All class players in here, so.
What's it been like since you qualified for Champions Week, just waiting to get here for this week, and then not being in the Group A, so just seeing the other players earlier in the week?
Since I qualified, I've not been busy at all, so I've been hanging about, practicing at home, which I'm not a big fan of, just playing myself. I've got my local league stuff, but it's not the same preparation that you need for this. Yeah, it's been pretty quiet. I was a bit worried, but yeah, I'm quite happy with today. Yeah.
During, obviously, the coverage of this week, we've seen everybody's winning moments quite a lot. And when you won your week here, you did let out a big release. How much does it mean to you to be here on a Champions Week?
Oh, big time. It was such a long time since, it was 3 months since I was here before. So it did mean a lot, yeah.
And in terms of trying to get to Saturday, having the chance to win the title, it'll be a full house in here. Are you allowing yourself to get excited about that yet?
Not yet, because the whole week is full of class players. We're all champions. But at the end of the day, we'll still all get 3 darts each. I don't know if I've been in Group C before, but it's the hardest one, as you know. Yeah, I've been looking forward to it, but cagey because it's Group C. There's only 2 out of 6, but got a good start.
And just finally, in general, I know we saw you get to the final of the World Seniors Masters recently. Our viewers first saw you in Southampton when you played at the then Live League. What was the Super Series and Live League before it done for you as a player?
It's helped me so much. I don't think it's a secret. I prefer Southampton to this venue. It was quite good to me. But no, it's seriously good stuff. I don't know where I'd be without it, to be honest.
Well, you might prefer this one come Saturday night.
Hopefully, yeah. We'll see. I don't know. I think it's because there's no one here. The Saturday night I like, because there's a bit of a crowd, yeah. I'm getting used to that now. At Lakeside last year, which was a bit new to me. But no, looking forward to tomorrow again.
Yep, you're in a good spot, pretty much halfway there. Same again tomorrow, and you'll make it to Saturday.
Yep. We'll not cover chickens, Chris, because again, it's class players that's in this group as well. Steve West, you can't count out, but yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Well, let's see 2 more of them now. Thanks, Jim. Sebastian Białecki and Anton Ersland playing the final game of the day. I'll hand you back to our comms team, Paul and Henry.
Thanks, Murph. Lovely to hear from Jim. Such a humble individual. Wins 4 from 5 today and a tremendous start to his Champions Week. One thing we can say about this man right here, Białecki, whether you like it or not, he got himself through 3 games and is still on 6 points, but he's had a bit of a break since losing to Steve West in game 11. If he can dispose of Anton Ersland in this final game of the afternoon,
First leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
he will join Jim McEwen on 8 points and confine Ersland to the basement with Matt Clark on 2. There are people in the middle of the table named
60.
Matt Dennant and Steve West who would probably want Ersland to win this one. Or would they, Henry?
100.
It's a head scratcher. I suppose if Ersland wins both the games, he's on 6 points. It keeps Sebastian on 6.
58.
Well, let me ask you a different question. Because these two will play twice before West comes back, before McEwen comes back, before Clark comes back. And before Dennett comes back, of course. If you were to poll those 4 players, would they be happy if Białecki and Anton shared the spoils in those 2 games?
134.
Or would they rather somebody wins them both?
I think they prefer Anton to win both, because there's a possibility tomorrow that if Jim carries on at the level that he's playing at, then he could be
57.
the runaway leader of the group. And suddenly from that point onwards, you're looking at one spot between 4, possibly 5 players. And at that point, you basically want it to be as open as possible. And 2 wins for Ersland's probably the best way of keeping it as tight as possible. Because remember, even if it's split 1 apiece, this little mini-series between the pair, Białecki will be on 8. And that's still a big gap to bridge for
74.
the likes of Dennett, for the likes
Sebastian, you
of
require
Ersland, and especially for Matt
150.
Clark.
55. Anton, you require
Białecki
170.
on 95 after 15. Urslan gets a crack at 170, which is not going to happen. But Białecki and Matt Clark have got
85.
something in common
Sebastian,
today.
you require 95.
It could have been a lot worse than it is. Just so happens that Białecki does have a chance at double five.
Game
And
shot on the
takes the
first
first leg.
Sebastian Białecki.
Likes Group C, doesn't he? Seems to work out for him. He's now played in every
Second leg,
single
it's
group
Anton
that we
to throw
can have
first. Game on.
here in the MODUS Super Series. He's done Group A, he's done Group B, he's done Group C, he's done Group A in Champions Week, Group C in Champions Week. I suppose the only two left are B and Finals night. He could play Finals night this week, but Group B would possibly have to wait for another time.
However,
100.
call me a cynic here, Paul.
You're a cynic.
Sebastian Białecki hopes to never play a Group B at Champions League because he'd like to qualify for Champions League, play in Group A and qualify right off the bat. I know, I'm being a cynic. It's been a long day.
85.
I'd like to wake up serenaded by Miley Cyrus, but it's not going to happen.
You could have named any person in the world and you
60.
named Miley Cyrus.
What's wrong with that?
Anyway, as far as the comeback was concerned, you came in like a wrecking ball.
I thought that was a really good nickname for Conan Whitehead. But then again, he's never going to lose the Barbarian.
140.
Because he was like a wrecking ball on Tuesday. Is there anybody out there called a wrecking ball? There should be. Great nickname, that.
100.
Well,
Anton,
not
you
to
require
quote Miley again, but
136.
nobody wants to slide away today. It's a bit of a hipster reference, that one. We know that 4 players in this group
100.
after tomorrow are going to walk away with an achy, breaky heart.
Wonderful.
He's been better in that department today as well.
Anton, you require 36.
Double 9. What a marker. What a great
Game shot on
dart.
the second leg.
A
Anton
must hit
Urslan.
from Anton. And he's up to it.
There we are at
Third
one
leg,
apiece.
it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Just a reminder of our darting action that continues tonight, 10 o'clock. We'll be back here at the Super Series for
58.
Group B.
5 180s today for Sebastian Białecki. He's got more today in an uncompleted daily campaign
58.
than he's had in 3 completed days. So he had 15 games Monday to Wednesday. He's been much
99.
better at the maximums so far today, which really does bode well for the rest of this match and for Friday. If he does walk away with 8 points, I just wonder what he's going to post on his social
100.
media with his daily thanks to his sponsors and things. Please, Sebastian, let me know what you were eating yesterday. I still don't know.
140.
What's your plan for dinner tonight, Mr. Nicholson?
I'm going to have another dose of darts later. That's my diet.
Looks like it's going to be
84.
a table for 1 for me then.
Oh, where's my Stradivarius?
Białecki closing in on the third leg here. 6 darts on 2 and 4 to
59.
complete the job. Doesn't quite make the kind of inroads that he would have liked, leaving 145. But Urslan's got to find a couple of trebles here. He's found a couple of trebles.
133. Sebastian, you require 145.
This is the kind of shot that can start a career. Just ask Michael van Gerwen. He won him a World Grand Prix.
96.
126
Anton, you require
is a shot that
126.
Białecki's hit twice this week, including his game with Jim McEwen earlier, where he was 4 from 4 on doubles. Bullseye.
85. Sebastian, you require 49.
Goes wide of the post, and so Białecki comes back for 49. Gonna get a couple of darts at double 16. Only
Shot on the
needs the
third
one.
leg. Sebastian Białecki.
That felt controlled more than anything else from Sebastian Białecki. Leading 2-1, halfway there. Halfway
Fourth leg, it's
to
Anton
8
to throw
points.
first. Game on.
He's not taking anything for granted considering what he's been through today.
But doesn't this further illustrate
45.
the point that we've been making for so long about Sebastian, that his biggest strength is his mental strength? Because it could have been so easy after what happened on the first 3 days for his week to have
135.
unravelled. If anything, he's gone from strength to strength.
He's definitely better than he was the first 3 days. As to whether he's at the stage that he's happy with, you'd have to ask him. He won with a 76 average in his
100.
first game. Still perplexed by that one. Won with an 84. Then he won with a 92.79 against Dennant. That was a much better performance.
125.
And he averaged 92 against West in defeat as well. So if you're saying he's getting better and better and better, I'd have to agree.
140.
It's been a group that's been a slow burner, but actually once we've got to the cups of it, we've seen some really good stuff. This is
100.
been a type of group which has bared the standard we come to expect from a Champions Week.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that, actually. I think the standard will go up even further tonight. The likes of Whitehead, Pilgrim, Quantock, McKells, who
100.
is not going under the
Sebastian,
radar
you
because I
require
won't let him.
141.
And don't forget about Rob Grundy as well. He was majestic yesterday.
60. Anton, you require 116.
116 for a level match. Can he just kit it below? Yes is the answer. Double 18 for Anton Östlund.
80.
And he bends the wire.
Sebastian, you require
And Białecki
81.
comes back for a 3-1 lead and a breaker throw.
Double 13. 3 legs to 1.
Game shot on
His
the fourth
doubles have
leg.
been much
Sebastian
better today,
Białecki.
and the intensity, even though it doesn't look like it's going up much, I assure you, it is.
Fifth leg, it's Sebastian to
He's
throw
a leg
first.
away now
Game on.
for putting himself in a real strong position to qualify for Saturday's Champions Night. And Anton Östlund may well see his chances evaporate into the
180.
Portsmouth sunset as Białecki kicks off leg 5 of a max. Whoever wrote him off at the end of yesterday has been made to look
97.
like fools. That's a 4th. And a 5th. And a 6th on the treble 19.
177.
Only Steve West has achieved this feat at Champions Week. Sebastian Białecki,
60.
144
Sebastian, you require
points
144.
away from perfection. Another one of them. Leads double 12.
Game shot
From
and the
the
match.
pole.
Sebastian
Sebastian
Białecki.
Białecki wins the game with a 9-dart leg. Only the second in Super Series Champions Week history. A bolt from the blue from Białecki. A superb moment. His Swedish opponent Anton Östlund applauds the magnificent achievement of Sebastian Białecki, who wins with a 9 and wins with a ton-topping average, 103.27, 4 out of 4 on the doubles, and a 144 high checkout. What a performance. What a player, Sebastian Białecki. He beats Anton Östlund 4-1 with a 9-darter to finish.
Wow, what a way to end the day. Can't even get my words out after that. Sebastian Białecki, a little bit of history. 9-darter to win a match, the first time it's happened on that stage.
What a turnaround. Guy loves Group C, doesn't he? Can't even get my words out. Can't even get my letters out. Fabulous. Great for him. I'm really pleased for him as well, because of everything he went through in Group A, which is the right one. He's come back today and he's survived match darts in his first couple of games. Really been through the ringer. He was defeated by Steve West, but there he dominated, and what a way to finish. And he deserves everything he gets because that strong mental side of his game has done everything for him today, and that was a wonderful 9.
Right, let's have a look at the results from today. And it all really started with that comeback win for him against Matt Clark, didn't it? He was 3-0 down in that match. He went on to win, well, 3 more games as well. But as you said, that after only winning 2 in 15.
Darts is weird sometimes, but this ability at the Super Series for us to wipe the slate clean come Thursday morning and into lunchtime, you think, okay, I'm now on the same footing as everybody else again. What happened over the last 3 days is irrelevant. If I can take that on the chin, move on, I can have a very different time of it. And I think his experience when he came through his qualifying week of having that, where he had disappointment in Group A, came into Group C and got it done very, very well. I think that experience, he's brought it back this week.
But we are going to hear from Sebastian in a moment, but let's just take a moment to talk about the other player that's kind of just been overshadowed. Spoke to him but before that match, Jim McEwen, really strong day for him.
Very much so, and it's what you expect from Jim. He's just so adept to playing here in Portsmouth. He's had some really tough fixtures today, but that one in particular, a 4-0 win against Steve West, that was big for his leg difference, which is looking very healthy at this point in time. All around the board, 4s, 5s, tops has been his friend today, and he's been really, really good. Not surprised at all.
Yeah, Jim McEwen and Sebastian Białecki joint top of the table, then the pair of them on 8 points. It's theirs. They're the ones to lose it, aren't they, tomorrow? We'll take a look at that. The chasing pack, who's the most likely to knock them off the perch?
I think you look at what Steve West has done today. It's equally his best day of the week because he has had a 6-pointer this week already. I think the first 3 games tomorrow are going to be really key for Steve. I think he must keep pace with Białecki and McEwen, and he must beat them if he's going to get through to a Champions Night. He doesn't want any more Group C heartache, but it's going to be very tough. I think the 2 at the bottom, they're languished now. I'm not sure if they can get through this one because the confidence is definitely with the top 3.
The 9-darter at the end, the highlight of the day. The match before it, though, how key was that then for both Jim McEwen and Matt Clark, who missed match darts, of course?
Absolutely enormous. I know that it's easy for me to stand here and say that it's enormous, but if you think about this scenario, Jim wins, he's 6 points ahead of Matt Clark. Matt wins, he's within 2 of Jim. That's the cutthroat nature of Group C. And because Jim wins it, there's a huge gap between the 2, and the people in the middle have got a better chance because Clark is at the back.
Yeah, great day for Jim McEwen. Even better day for Sebastian Białecki, who's made that little bit of history on Champions Week, winning a match with a 9-dart finish, and he is talking to Henry.
Sebastian, many congratulations. To pardon the pun, you must be on cloud 9 at the moment.
Yeah, I can't believe it yet. I threw 9-darter. But this time I threw very relaxed when I throw it, so I'm happy for that.
At what point in the 9-darter did you feel like that possibly this was on?
Maybe no.
Literally not till the end?
Yeah, maybe. I hope tomorrow it's...
So moving into tomorrow here at the Super Series, you're now on 8 points, you're now in a very good position. You must be feeling really good about your chances.
Yeah, after this day 4 wins and 8 points, so for me it's a great chance to advance to Saturday. So we will see what happened tomorrow. And
we saw a big improvement from yourself today. What did you do last night in preparation for today that saw you really make some inroads today?
When I from last 3 days, when I just playing terrible and lost 13 matches from 15, and maybe I just thought when I practice in Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, maybe too much practice and just before the match and just playing on the match. And
well, Sebastian, many congratulations today. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, interesting to hear from him. What a way to turn things around. He's suggesting there that maybe thought about it too much, prepared for it too much, even practiced too much on the days in Group A.
Yeah, I think sometimes you can do that. I go back to a famous game between Kevin Painter and Brendan Dolan at the World Championship. Kevin worked really, really hard for that game, and when he went into the match, he felt flat. sometimes you can practice too much. It's got to be about quality and not quantity. But what we've seen today from Sebastian has been spectacular at times, gritty at times. And as much as we'll talk about the 9 data, don't forget that in 2 games today, he was 4 from 4. His doubling today has been on another level.
And also don't forget, we've got another session to bring you tonight, 10 p.m. Group B gets underway. Now, the fireworks often happen in that group, and there are players there right in the middle of your screen ready to provide them.
I wouldn't be surprised if we get another 9 data later. Look who's playing. Daryl Pilgrim, Mr. Record Breaker, and he's got a 9 here as well. He got that in a defeat, right? So, yeah, Sebastian's showing how you do it when it comes to hitting a 9. The best time to get it is at the end.
Yeah, and Pilgrim, of course, did all that in the space of half an hour, so there are players that can do special things. But a special way to end the day, we will be back, as I said, for the start of Group B, 10 p.m. tonight. But Group C has finished with a Białecki bolt from the blue.
To qualify for Saturday's Champions Night. And Anton Urslan may well see his chances evaporate into the Portsmouth sunset as Białecki kicks off leg 5 of a max. Whoever wrote him off at the end of yesterday has been made to look 97. Like fools. That's a 4th. And a 5th. And a 6th on the treble 19. Only Steve West has achieved this feat at Champions Week. Sebastian Białecki,
60.
144 points away from perfection. Another one of them. Leads double 12.
Game shot and the match. Sebastian
Białecki wins the game with a 9 dart leg. Only the 2nd in Super Series Champions Week history. A bolt from the blue from Białecki.
Two fixtures. They both lost both their fixtures and they're both on -6. One of them is going to be bottom of the table on 0 points after 3 matches. Conor Heenan's just had his throw broken and then hits back with a maximum visit. But this is the best I have seen Alan Norris play for some time. And I don't just mean because he's hitting all the trebles like Conor Heenan firing in for a second 180, a back-to-back 180. He's the last player to hit a 9 darter, the only man to do it under this roof.
141.
They say history has a habit of repeating itself.
Can it? Double 12. He's only going to do it again! He really is the man! He's the only man who's hit a 9 darter under this roof, and now he's got 2!
Let's look at what Steve did in that match before we take a look at Luke. A couple of 180s from Westy. An average in excess of a ton.
180!
Luke was 80% on the doubles, at 3 180s and had 107.55 average.
100!
And it also included that very near, incredible 1-2-2 finish, didn't it?
Indeed. Luke said to us at the end of the night,
180!
It doesn't really matter. Let's focus on the now.
It's the third time he's done this
57.
week.
Steve, you're
I think he's done
recording
it more than that.
141.
It's on this time. It's still on.
Gains on the
Steve
first
West.
leg.
He's promised
Steve
it all week.
West.
And he's the first person not called Conor Heenahan to have a perfect leg in Portsmouth.
Fifth leg, it's Daryl to throw
Absolutely
first.
liking
Game on.
everything about him today. And Daryl Pilgrim, you wouldn't know if he was 3-1 up or down, and that's a real testament to his character. And that's 5 180s.
180.
He's averaging 121.82 and losing 3-1. Go figure.
57.
Wow, wow, and wow again. I just well make it 6, Daryl.
Staggering.
180.
Absolutely wonderful darts. Mesmerising darts. Beautiful darts.
84.
Oh, come on, Daryl.
141.
This is the most important dart on a 9-darter for me. He's on for it. It's double 18.
Gains
the
on the
perfect
fifth
9-darter. He's been
Daryl
threatening all day.
Pilgrim.
Daryl Pilgrim. What a sensational finish. What a match. Just the most incredible moment here at the MODUS Super Series. Scott, what have we just witnessed?
Max. Max.
180. 140.
Nearly followed by one of Lipscomb's own. And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second Max in succession.
180.
Never has it been done
135.
on television
Fallon,
by
you're
a female player
141.
before. Fallon Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the first ever
Game.
female player to
Stop.
hit a televised 9-dart finish. Fallon Sherrick is a history maker once again.